we have made it to the most controversial, craziest, insane month of 2025, and that is March. We are in for a wild ride. Welcome to psychedelic spring. This is like Alice in Wonderland style vibes going into March. In this video, we go over what this means for your rising sign. The reason you should watch your rising sign is because I use your whole sign chart when doing the horoscopes. I'm reading the horoscopes for your rising sign. So if you don't have Aries as your rising sign, then the Aries horoscope is not going to be for you. If you do happen to relate to some things that I say for a different sign, if you're watching a different sign, it's likely not going to be astrologically related and more interpretation related, so just keep that in mind. March is a crazy month. I'm not going to spend too much time just talking about the month in general, just because I did a lot of that in my last couple of videos, especially in my You Need to Know This About 2025 video. I had a whole section in there literally looking at March and all of the craziness going on in March and the story that I think is unfolding here. But this is a month that is very, very much about clearing karma and releasing and healing and forgiving and cleansing. Like, all of these things, okay, are going to be really, really huge in the month of March. We are going to be dissolving separations that have potentially kept us in conflict forever. We are going to be disillusioned. This month is going to be a huge reckoning, a huge spiritual reckoning, a huge righting wrongs. You know, like I said in my last Pisces new moon video, like what comes around goes around. This month is the going around, okay? This is the massive ending, the massive chapter closing, the massive clearing out before we get a preview of what's to come after, of the new beginning that we're stepping into, which is going to be more to do with Aries energy. Okay, so this is a month where we have got to surrender to our faith. We have got to have an enormous amount of trust, because there may be a lot of contradicting information. There may be a lot of different things that are being exposed, that are coming out, whether in our personal lives or on a collective level or in the world or in our nations. There's going to be a lot that is exposed this month, and anything is possible. This is a month where the unbelievable becomes the believable. This is a month where the veil is very, very thin, okay? The veil is very, very thin this month. There's a lot of weird, woo-woo, mystical experiences that we could be having, synchronicities galore, really reflecting on who we are, what we want, and our souls, right? Like, what our souls truly desire. Are we fulfilled on a soul level in our lives? And if not, how do we get back to that, right? How did we get lost from that to begin with? I think on a collective scale, there's going to be so much that happens financially with the Venus retrograde, and in terms of what we value and what our morals are. We are all kind of reflecting on this collectively in some way or another, and in our personal lives in some way or another. We are really reflecting on how we treat ourselves and how we treat others, compassion, self-love, forgiveness, letting go of the past. And I think the past is coming back to haunt us in March. And mainly just the things that we've not truly like let go of in our lives, mainly the burdens that we've been carrying around. And this is happening on a collective scale too. A lot of things from the past are going to be coming back around because they want to be resolved. So if anything is coming back up in your life in the month of March, just know it is there because it's ready to be resolved. It's ready to be taken care of. It's ready to be faced. It's ready to be forgiven. It's ready to be let go of. This is Pisces season, right? We have a lot of Pisces transit this month. Pisces seeks to unify, just like a drop of water in the ocean. So how can we unify these different polarities, right? How can we unify these different conflicts that we have going on either within us or in our personal lives or collectively? That's going to be the name of the game. We're going to be questioning our beliefs, questioning what's real, questioning pretty much a lot of different things in our lives, as so many just crazy, unbelievable things are going to be coming up and happening all over the place. It literally is going to feel like Alice in Wonderland a little bit. It's going to feel like we have followed a rabbit down a hole, and there's so like we're entering a world that we didn't quite know existed. Everything is going to start melting in terms of the bullshit, the illusions that we've been under, the false pretenses, what's fake, what's not real. All of that is going to start melting and dissipating, and whatever has been fogging or confusing our sight to see clearly is going to start dissipating. This is about our truths on like a soul level. This is going to be really, really interesting. Anything is truly possible in a month like this, and anything that we don't believe could be actually real. And anything that we believe can really come to fruition as well. I think we're going to be visiting a lot of topics around empathy, compassion, victim consciousness, when to have empathy, when we've had too much empathy, and really balancing things like that out, right? I think a lot of lies and fraudulent behavior is going to be exposed this month. I think there's going to be a lot coming up in terms of the healthcare systems, poisons, water, any liquids in any way, shape, or form. As I said in my Pisces new moon video, chemtrails were already being talked about. Spiritual illnesses could be another big thing. Brainwashing media, celebrities, Hollywood. With this Pisces energy, it really is like, what do you need to release control of? What do you need to surrender? You know, what can you do versus what can't you do? Where are you powerless, right? Or where have you thought you were powerless, but maybe you're not, right? Where have you been playing the victim and not taking responsibility of your life? Like, these are big things that we could see in our lives. Having faith in the unseen is really huge this month. You know, there's just so much. This is a very psychedelic time. There's a lot that is melting away. There's a lot of disillusionment. There is a lot of clearing karma and seeing the poetic, you know, the poetic karma in our lives kind of playing out in many different ways. I think humanitarian issues and questions are going to be a big topic this month, along with purification, detoxing, cleansing, psychic awareness, and an emphasis on intuition and awakenings big time. I think a lot of people are going to be getting back to their energy, their internal world, their emotional state, to really hold them steady through these times. Like I said, issues with water, sanitations, accidents and incidents with water, contamination, poisonings, mysteries, disappearances, things like this. Media is going to be a big topic this month. We are healing and letting go of the old to make way for the new. That is really what I think a lot of this comes down to. We are creating space in our lives where it needs to be created. The things that are not for us, the bullshit, the things that are not aligned with our soul are going to drift away, slip away, dissolve, or be exposed in some way, shape, or form. Okay, so that is what we have going on in a month like this. I think that is kind of the main topic of the month. Having belief in something bigger than yourself, really getting back to your spirituality can be super helpful. Getting back to healing practices, meditation practices, going within can be very helpful right now. Be very wary of escapism, just living in a different reality and dwelling on emotions, right? It's one thing to feel our emotions, that's part of the healing process, but when we are dwelling on them or escaping them or numbing them out, that is when we can kind of keep ourselves stuck in this endless cycle that feels never ending, right? So anyways, that is what I wanted to say really quick about this month. It is a very crazy month. Let's go ahead and get into what this means for your rising sign. Alrighty, my lovely Pisces rising, starting with you. This is a really big month for you as a Pisces rising, as it has a lot to do with your sign. We have a ton of planets and a ton of things happening in your sign. Your sign is a huge star of this show. This month, we have a ton happening here in your sign. And, you know, this is really showing that there's a lot going on this month for you. Okay, and so you have a ton of planets here. You have a ton going on here in your first house of appearance, your body, yourself. The first house rules you, right? Your self-expression, who you are, how you express yourself in the world, what you wear, how you identify, right? What you show to others about yourself. So as I said in your 2025 horoscope, this year is a massive year about coming back to yourself and learning to trust yourself above all else. This is a time where you may need to go inside of yourself, right? To relieve a lot of identity issues, a lot of confusion around who you thought you were, a lot of conditioning around who you thought you were, a lot of issues and all kinds of different things around who you thought you were, or who you thought the world wanted you to be to some extent, right? Or who you thought who your family wanted you to be, with Jupiter in your fourth house ruling your first house, being your chart ruler. Okay, so this is a massive time here where you are really coming to this like reckoning of like, who am I? And who do I want to be? And how do I want to express myself? And what is my identity? And what do I really want out of life? Okay, so this is kind of the name of the game here. And as we start the month, right around the 1st or the 2nd, depending on where you are in the world, we will have Venus going retrograde. Okay, so Venus is going to retrograde in the sign of Aries, and she's going to be retrograde in the sign of Aries for most of the month until she goes back into your sign at the end of the month. Okay, so Venus retrograding in your second house of income and values, and the things that are close to you, the things that are dear to you, right? What you truly want, with Aries being your second house: independence and money, finances, freedom, being able to take the actions on the things that you truly want in life. So, leading up to this Venus retrograde and part of February, you could have been feeling very impulsive, or starting to feel very impulsive with certain purchases or certain financial situations, or situations involving your assets or resources, in terms of doing what you want and having more independence and sovereignty and freedom here. Okay. And so as Venus goes retrograde, you're going to be reflecting on these things. There could have been certain situations that happened where, Libra being your 8th house, of you really asking yourself, like, are you getting what you want out of your financial deals in your life, right? Are you getting what you want when it comes to the things that bring you pleasure and joy and beauty and entertainment in life? Are you doing the things that you want to do in terms of, putting yourself first regarding finances, right? And, with the ruler of this Venus retrograde being Mars in your 5th house, this could also relate to children, right? Maybe there has been some financial situations or some resource situations that have come up involving children, or involving family, or having to take care of other people or something like that, or, certain ties that you have to, other people in some way, shape, or form, or relationships, with basically your 7th house as well, and the South Node in your 7th, and the Virgo eclipse happening there that we'll get to. But it's like you've been really considering these topics of independence and what you want, what sets your soul on fire, what you're willing to fight for, what really means something to you here, rather than what everybody else wants, right? And how you want to define your financial life, and what you want to buy, and what you want to own, what's important to you, your values, your morals, your priorities, right? So when Venus goes retrograde, this is going to be a massive reflection, as you are reflecting on potentially built up anger in this area, or built up resentment in this area, or maybe you're just reflecting on how you value yourself in terms of your money and your finances and your resources, and how much independence you have in those areas, right? Or certain conflicts in those areas and how to mend them. Okay, so that could be part of it too. So after that, the next big transit I want to talk about is Mercury is going to move into Aries on March 3rd, give or take a day, depending on where you are in the world. Mercury moving into Aries really brings up this sense of brutal honesty, and also even more of a focus on independence in terms of finances, assets, and the things that you truly desire and want for your financial situations. Freedom, breaking free from potential agreements or financial situations or other people, and what you do for them, giving and taking, what you owe and what's owed to you, giving and receiving, right? And so this is even more bringing up, changes that you're wanting to make, things that you may be learning about, different plans that you may be starting to have, or opportunities, or things that you may be starting to do in terms of making a change here, and starting to realize what changes need to be made here with Venus and Mercury in your 2nd house, okay? So, and this can also give you the ability to really speak about this and be more blunt and direct and honest about this, going over different contracts, or going over different details or information about certain financial matters. And, Mercury is the ruler of your 7th house of relationships here, right? So it's also bringing in that sense of relations with other people, also home and family, as it rules your 4th house as well. So what's good for everybody else versus what I want and what's good for me, okay? And then also having your own independence in this area in some way or another, or wanting to, for some of you, this could be maybe you're going through a time where you're considering a breakup with a partner and you guys have children together and you're like, how am I going to do this? I want to be on my own and I want to raise my child myself, or I want to, potentially get I want to get full custody of my child or something like that. Like that's just one situation. It may not be for all of you. For others of you, it could be that, again, with all this energy in your first house and your second house, it's like you're really being guided to trust yourself, to trust the divine plan instead of trusting other people's plan, to trust your own plan instead of trusting other people's plan. And I think that you're trying your hardest to kind of mend these different situations in your life to do with potential relationships and to do with, family potentially, or children, or your own sense of passions and hobbies and the things that you want out of life and your own dreams and your own sense of finding joy and happiness in your life or your hobbies, etc. But the universe is like, okay, yes, you need to trust yourself, but we need to really show you why you need to trust yourself. And then boom, Venus goes retrograde. And then boom, Mercury goes retrograde a couple weeks later. And you start going inward. And before you can really resolve this financial situation, you got to resolve yourself, who you are, who you want to be. Come back to yourself, come back to your own sense of self-love, seeing your own value, and taking care of yourself first, right? And so I think that's what a lot of this month is going to be about. And then also on the 8th, we're going to have the sun. We're only on the 8th. We're going to have the sun in Pisces trining Mars in Cancer in your 5th house. And so I think this is a really great little boost, a little conversation going where, Mars has been retrograding in your 5th. So kicking up a lot of potential tension and conflict and emotional situations there in your 5th house. And then the sun trines Mars, and it's like you maybe have some realizations, or you realize how you can, gain more power over something, or you realize how you can you're motivated to lead the way. You're motivated to kind of lead the way in a situation, and by how you're feeling potentially intuitively about it. Okay, so that happens around the 8th, but you can notice it a couple days leading up to it. So on the 11th, Mercury and Venus are going to conjunct in your 2nd house of Aries, really kind of giving you some information on what this Venus retrograde is trying to show you. Okay, so right around the 11th, make sure you're paying attention, because there could be a conversation that happens, an epiphany, a situation that gets brought up, but either way, there's some kind of information, download, etc. that's coming in from this Venus retrograde to give you a bit of a clue about what this Venus retrograde is about for you, okay? So then on the 12th, we're going to have the Sun and Saturn coming into their conjunction. Definitely a moment of kind of this spiritual surrender. The Sun meeting Saturn is kind of coming up against this something within yourself that it's like, I feel like this is like this moment of acceptance, of taking ownership and responsibility over your life and realizing where maybe you've been playing the victim or been playing small or not trusting yourself. So it's kind of this reckoning moment. It's kind of this moment of realizing what you need to own and take responsibility for in your life. Okay, and again, that's right around the 12th. Again, you could notice it on a couple days leading up to it. This could also be, again, you taking the lead on something, or accepting something difficult about yourself, or about a situation that you're dealing with. Again, this could be family, since Jupiter is the ruler and is in your 4th house. This could also be with Saturn being involved, about your 12th or your 11th houses here. And so, something from the past, closure, addictive cycles or old cycles, or potentially even friend group situations to do with that. The sun rules your 6th house of Leo, so it could also be a work situation, a health situation. And the sun does rule vitality, so it could very well be a health situation, whether physically, mentally, energetically, emotionally, something along those lines for some of you as well. So that's definitely kind of a day where I think you are realizing something, having like a bittersweet epiphany, but it helps you to move forward, especially because right after that, give me 1 second here. Okay, right after that, we're going to be having the lunar eclipse in in Virgo. Okay, I know the moon's over here, but it will be here on the 14th. We're going to be having the Virgo lunar eclipse, and it's going to be, pretty close to the south node. And this eclipse is basically going to be squaring or opposing the sun and Saturn right after they make their conjunction. So this eclipse is a very powerful one. So that moment of reckoning, that moment of ownership, responsibility, acceptance, or surrender that you're coming to, that bittersweet moment I just talked about with the sun conjunct Saturn, you're now getting to it with this, the universe is like putting a spotlight on it with this lunar eclipse in your 7th house happening as well. So again, this could bring in your relationships, the people that you are in relationship with or close relationship with, and kind of seeing a whole different side of something. Okay, like the moon, the lunar eclipse in your 7th is shining a light on something to do with your relationships or a certain relationship in your life, and likely something karmic. Since it is a south node lunar eclipse, this is going to be about letting go, getting our shit together in some way, cleaning something up, figuring out the details or some kind of details coming to light about something, and pretty much, again, trusting yourself or trusting others, right? Kind of bringing up these topics. And I'm going to, do a whole deeper video on this Virgo eclipse when it comes up. So I'm not going to spend too much time on it here, but it's definitely going to be bringing up your relationships, potentially your home and family life, as both Virgo and Gemini are ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is in your 2nd house. So again, your finances, resources, the things that are important to you, your priorities, what you have, what you share, giving and receiving, etc. So those things are all going to be kind of coming into the picture here in some way or another. Okay, so after that, the very next day, Mercury, the ruler of that eclipse that just happened on the 14th, on the 15th, Mercury is going retrograde. Okay, so it's going to turn retrograde as well in Aries, right around where Venus did in your 2nd house, again, of money, finances, income, the things that you own, your sense of assets, your sense of wealth, your priorities, the things that you want, all of that, right? So this is really, again, you reflecting on these things even more. Now your focus is really on this area of life. What do you really want out of life when it comes to what you own, what you have, your finances? What kind of independence are you looking for? What kind of information do you need? What kind of reflection needs to happen? What kind of details need to be analyzed, or what kind of retracting needs to happen here, redoing needs to happen here for you to basically, get this area together? This is not a good month to, do anything new with finances. Okay. This is not a good month to sign contracts. This is not a good month to drastically change anything. If you're going back and doing something, it's a good time for that. Okay. If you're going back and doing something, if you are, that's what retrogrades are for, right? Reflecting, not impulsive moves forward, especially financially, right? And so you just want to be careful with that. It could also be maybe your partner does something and somehow that affects you financially in some way, okay? That could be it for some of you guys as well too. So the next thing that I want to talk about after that is from the 17th to the 19th, we're going to have the sun conjunct the North Node and also Neptune in Pisces. So the sun will be moving across the North Node and Neptune in your sign. Definitely very dreamy, fated days, teaching major wisdom and lessons here. A lot of fated lessons coming in to do with, again, yourself, your body, your identity, your health, your physical appearance, your self-expression, and learning to trust yourself, learning when to release things, surrender things. This definitely could be a time where you really start getting an idea of maybe changing your appearance or doing something different with your body, or something along those lines, expressing yourself differently or something like that, right? So okay, after that, the next big thing that I want to talk about is on the 22nd, the sun will come into its conjunction with Venus. Okay, and this is going to be, the sun will be in Aries by this point, And this is definitely going to be on the 22nd. You're getting a massive look into this Venus retrograde even more. The sun's going to expose something to you about this Venus retrograde and the lessons behind it. So it's going to be really important to pay attention to that day. So then on the 24th, the sun is going to conjunct Mercury in Aries. And again, giving you some insight into what this Mercury retrograde in Aries is going to be about. So from the 22nd to the 24th, I'd even say maybe from the 23rd to the 24th, there's going to be a lot of clarity coming in, a lot of revelations coming in, or situations coming up that are related to these retrogrades and the lessons that they're trying to teach you. Okay, we are getting there. On the 27th, we are going to have Venus retrograding back into Pisces finally. Okay, so on March 27th, Venus is going to leave Aries and move back into Pisces as she's retrograding back into your first house of self-identity, appearance, body, your physical health, etc. So with Venus coming back in here, this is actually kind of nice because Venus is exalted here. So you were reflecting on your values and your money and your finances and your assets and your resources and the things that really matter to you. Now this Venus retrograde's like, well, first we got to retrograde, or we got to retrospect and reflect on who you are. What do you even want? Right? Do you really love yourself? Like, do you have this sense of value within your soul? Like, do you express yourself artistically and true to who you are? You know, like you're going to start really reflecting on your style, your sense of value, your sense of self-worth, your sense of your appearance, how, the way that you express yourself, your creativity, your identity, your body, and, just your overall sense of self-love and compassion with yourself. Okay, so that's what the tone is really going to shift to once Venus moves back into your sign on the 27th. All right, and it could even bring up potentially siblings, cousins, neighbors, extended family members, community, but it could also bring up shared finances and resources with other people. Okay, again, giving and receiving, since Venus rules your 8th house. Now, the next thing that's happening here is the 29th. We have the Aries solar eclipse happening, again, in your 2nd house. This is where a massive new chapter is starting as you are still clearing out the old and getting clear on what you want and who you are and what really feels aligned with your soul when it comes to who you are and yourself and your identity and what you want out of life. Okay, and on that day as well, Mercury is also going to retrograde back into your 1st house. So you're still even more so reflecting on who you are and your identity and what you want and all of that jazz, right? And so with Mercury now retrograding back in your sign and Venus being retrograde back in your sign, there's just so much of a focus on you and what you want and what means something to you and how you express that, how you communicate that, all of that, right? And right around the solar eclipse, that's like, okay, we're making way for a new beginning. We're making way for new values, new, something new to kind of happen here in terms of claiming your independence in the material world or claiming your independence with your finances or your resources in some way, shape, or form. Now, on top of that, we also have Neptune. Right after all of this, on March 30th, last but not least this month, we will have Neptune then moving into Aries as it moves out of your sign for the first time in 14 years, Pisces. This is game changing. And this is why the end of this month is just absolutely insane. Neptune is going to be leaving your 1st house, where it has been really teaching you a lot about surrender and spirituality and unconditional love, and potentially even blurring and confusing, things to do with yourself, your identity, who you are, what you want, etc. For so long, and you've likely gotten used to it by now. But once it moves into Aries, you are going to feel a shift in who you are and what feels like you again. It's like you're going to kind of maybe remember who you are and come back to yourself in a whole new way. And then Neptune moves into Aries, where it really, again, starts making way for this new era of claiming your independence and your sovereignty and your sense of leadership in terms of your finances and what you want, your assets, what you own, your resources, and how you accumulate those in your life. Okay, so this is a really, really big month, one of the craziest and biggest months of the year. So let me know down below, Pisces, if you have a pretty good idea what all of this is going to be about. Let me know throughout the month. Come back and watch it and keep me updated on what happens. Comment down below, sexy Pisces rising, if you are still here and you watch this whole horoscope. I appreciate you. Make sure to send this video to your friends and family. Get the word out. Let people know that they need to prepare for March because it's cray, okay? Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Aries risings, welcome to your March horoscope for the month ahead. This month is cray if you missed the beginning. This month is one of the craziest months of 2025, and I'm not even being dramatic, okay? Last month was not that crazy, but interesting. This month is freaking crazy, okay? I need you to understand that. This is a crazy month, and you're likely probably feeling it, I would think, or feeling the build up to it, you know, and especially for you, because a lot of these transits are happening in your 12th house, okay? This is the house of self-undoing. This is the house of, you know, where everything, this is the house where everything kind of comes undone, where things go to shed, purge, detox, cleanse, dissipate. You know, there's a stripping away happening here. There's a cleansing happening. There is a facing of karmic debts, facing of old burdens, the facing of things that haunt you or that are going on behind the scenes or in your subconscious, spiritual sicknesses or illnesses, you know, sleep issues, like all of these big things could be coming up. This is a month where you could find that you are somewhat trying to focus on you with Venus and Mercury and your first house, where you're trying to focus on you and you're trying to focus on, you know, your sense of self-worth, your sense of self-love, putting yourself out there, you know, being a little bit more expressive with who you are or your identity. But you are also feeling this massive push to go inwards, right? To go inside, to retreat, to lay low, to kind of be on your own, or you could be feeling this emotional overwhelm happen that's building up. You know, you could be trying to focus on your day-to-day life, your day-to-day routines and your work and your job and your day-to-day plans and schedule, but it could feel like everything's going wrong. Everything is, you know, nothing is working. It could feel like you're slowly kind of losing control of your day-to-day discipline or your day-to-day practices or your day-to-day routines. And this is because you are being guided to go within. This would be a great time to take some time off. I mean it, like this would be a good time to take some time off, to go within, to take a break, to relax, to rest, to heal, to do some inner healing work in some way, some alternative healing methods, to, you know, just take some time for yourself, because if not, this could be a time where you are feeling emotionally overwhelmed. This is definitely a time where you want to face any uncomfortable addictions that you may have that could be in some way, you know, leading you to escape reality or not face things. This could be a time where you are really seeing the things that keep you imprisoned or that work against you in some way, like self-sabotage, abandoning things before you finish them, procrastination, you know, running away from things, escaping things. These are the things that the universe is really asking you to pay attention to this month and to face. And you will get back to worrying about yourself back more in April, at the end of April and into May. So don't worry. There will be a whole new era starting of you worrying about yourself, you worrying about your identity, you focusing on your independence and yourself. But right now, this is a time of closing old chapters, letting go, releasing the past, releasing heavy burdens, facing that which haunts you. This is a time of cleaning out the skeletons in your closet, basically, okay? This is not a time to be, you know, thinking that you're just going to go on living your normal everyday life and you're going to be able to just ignore the things building up going on inside you, because you're not. Okay, you're not going to be able to do that right now. So this is a great time. Like, this is basically Alice in Wonderland. Alice can't go to Wonderland if she is going to school every day and going to work every day and, checking off her to-do list all the time. She goes to Wonderland by taking a time out, by taking the time and taking a break. And, and I know that's annoying sometimes, right? But you have to go inwards this month. So that introverted pull that you feel, to go inward, that pull that you feel to retreat, to retract, to take a step back, to maybe get quiet, to listen, to go inside, to listen to your intuition. Trust that, okay? Trust that which is unseen this month, because that's going to lead you where you need to go. But again, you can't do that if you're focused on your calendar and your to-do list and all the things that you got to do and your work and your job and the busy hustle and bustle of your day-to-day life. Like, I'm telling you, that's going to become very overwhelming, and you may have a bit of an emotional or mental breakdown to where you end up having to take some time off, or it ends up impacting your health in some way, and then you have to take some time off. So that is what we see a lot of the time with the 12th house. This is addressing the subconscious, behind the scenes things that are burdening you, that can feel emotionally overwhelming. Okay, with the trine to Mars here, with a lot of the planets this month in your 4th house, this could even be things from the past, things from home and family, ancestry, things like this, things going on in your personal life, family conflicts, conflicts with your parents, conflicts with your living situation, addressing things from childhood. There's just a lot of emotional stuff happening here that needs to be released. All of this is coming up because it's time. It wants to be released. It doesn't want to be bottled up inside of you anymore. It doesn't want to be put on the back burner anymore. It wants you to face it. So this is a great time to get away. This is a great time to take a break. This is a great time to step back. This is a great time to focus on healing the shit that you need to heal. Okay, like that's just the way it is. To face any karmic debts, to this could also be a hell of an awakening if you do this. Like, you're going to feel so much better, right? This is a great time to go on a detox, to go on a cleanse. That's a way you can work with both of these energies and feel even more balanced. Like, go on a cleanse, go on a detox, do something for yourself spiritually to purify your body, to purify your spirit, your energy. Like, that is how you are going to feel the most aligned and sane this month. If you kind of go with the flow, you trust, right? This may be kind of a test of faith, asking you to kind of potentially take a risk and maybe, take a step back, which could feel like you're giving something up at first, but it's like you need to do this for some reason because you have to face certain things, right? You could have a deep subconscious questioning happening lately where it's like, you're asking yourself very deep questions, and these things need to be faced, okay? There's a lot of closure that can happen this month. There's a lot of healing, a lot of awakening that can really happen this month if you allow it to, if you trust it, if you allow yourself to take that step back that you need, if you allow yourself the rest that you need, and if you focus on these internal things that need your attention. Okay, do be careful to not do anything that could get you imprisoned this month, with it being the 12th house. Do be careful obviously we don't want to do things that could send us to prison anyway, but you know what I mean, right? Be careful of addictions, escapism, things like that could really come into play this month as well. And there could be consequences with that, with Saturn here. This is a time where you could find yourself like unintentionally isolated to some degree to deal with something. And so that's kind of the vibe as we're going into March here, and you're going to see that more and more throughout the month. Okay, so anyway, so on the 1st or the 2nd, depending on where you are in the world, Venus is going to go retrograde, okay, in your sign. And so, you've been potentially focused on your appearance, your body, your health, and maybe your style or your aesthetic or beauty related things or beauty related topics, or your own self-worth, your own confidence in yourself, your own value, your own self-love, things like this. And how potentially other people see you, or how your relationships, deal with seeing you, etc., with Venus ruling your 7th. And, with Venus going retrograde, she's going to move back to Pisces eventually. But with her going retrograde in your 1st house, you're going to be reflecting on all these things. am I really aligned with who I say I am? Am I aligned with my integrity? Am I aligned with my confidence? Am I aligned with my sense of self-love, my sense of self-worth? Am I going after the things that I want? Am I doing the things I say I'm going to do? You're going to be really reflecting on who you are and your identity. And how you take action and move through the world, and your sense of self-love, and all of that, and the things that you need to do more for yourself as Venus goes retrograde, okay? And she's going to be retrograde the whole month of March, alrighty? So on the 3rd, Mercury is going to then enter your sign, and you could really find that when Mercury enters your sign on the 3rd and throughout most of the month as Mercury is moving through your sign, this is going to be you maybe finally getting the words to say the things that you've been needing to say, you being more brutally honest, you being more direct, you speaking your mind more, you kind of expressing yourself a lot more direct, a lot more fiery, maybe being a little bit more ballsy with how you say things, right? A little bit more impulsive with your words, okay? But some of that could come back around with certain conversations that you're having and certain things that you're saying or certain situations you're partaking in, as Mercury is going to eventually go retrograde halfway through the month as well. So on the 12th of March, we're going to have the Sun-Saturn conjunction in your 12th house. And this is kind of this like reckoning moment where we take responsibility for something in our lives. So this could be you kind of taking responsibility for something in your life, or facing something that you haven't wanted to face from your past even, or, taking responsibility for, certain consequences or certain karma that you're dealing with or working through. You kind of seeing and accepting something that's kind of bittersweet in some way, right? Maybe even realizing where you have felt like a victim in a certain area of your life, or where you were a victim at one point, and then now kind of owning that and moving on from that and no longer needing to feel that way, or realizing where you've been your own worst enemy, even to some degree, right? Realizing where you've been working against yourself. And it could be somewhat of like a hard awakening or a hard realization, a harsh realization, but a very much needed one that helps you move forward, in a more truthful and honest way in your life, okay? And so that's happening on the 12th. You could notice that in the couple days leading up to the 12th as well, though. Then on the 14th, we're going to have the Virgo lunar eclipse happening in your 6th house, okay? This is going to be a massive eclipse, as it's going to be basically opposing that Sun-Saturn conjunction that I just talked about happening the day before. So this eclipse is really highlighting that huge aha moment for you, that huge kind of reckoning moment for you of realizing where you need to surrender something, or realizing where you've been your own worst enemy in some way, or owning up to something, or taking responsibility for something in your life, or accepting something that's been difficult, or pulling yourself out of a hard situation. And that could be, you seeing where the results of your life, or certain results that you've, had in your life, or certain things to do with your job, health, your day-to-day routine, are somehow where you've been working against yourself and maybe caused some of these things in some way, or where you haven't been living up to your potential in some way, or you finally realizing that you have a certain problem in some area, maybe an addiction or a habit, or, something along those lines. Either way, it's really bringing in the topic of your 12th and 6th house. And your 6th house is kind of like your physical day-to-day life, your physical health, your physical routines, your work, your job, your tasks, your duties. And your 12th house is kind of like the internal, part of all of that's more private, that not a lot of other people see. So, this could be like finally taking responsibility for, habits that you've had, or where you've been slacking, or, seeing where you've actually been the one kind of going against yourself in some way, right? And I'm going to be doing a whole separate video on that Virgo lunar eclipse anyway, so we'll talk more about that then. But the very next day, so on the 15th, Mercury, the ruler of that Virgo lunar eclipse that happens on the 14th, Mercury is going to turn retrograde in your first house of self-identity, appearance, body, your sense of self-expression. So Mercury retrograding now in your first house along with Venus, as you are reflecting on, like I said before, maybe some of the things that you were saying or communicating, or some of the ways that you were expressing yourself in the couple weeks leading up to that, but also just reflecting on how you express yourself. And again, who you are and who you think you are, and how you interact in the world, etc. So that's going to also be even more of a topic as you're reflecting on your identity, your sense of self-worth, how you see yourself, how you perceive yourself, etc. And how some of your health related matters, habits, work, and routines potentially play into that, with Mercury ruling your sixth house of Virgo and your third house of Gemini. It's like, where have you kind of identified with certain things that now you're realizing may be unhealthy for you, or that you may be wanting to change, and now you are reflecting because it's like, ooh, I need to change some of these things because they weren't quite what I thought they were, or maybe I am not who I thought I was when I identified with those things, right? So something like that could be happening. I definitely think it could be a health related thing or have to do with some kind of habits, etc. So from the 17th to the 19th, the sun is going to be conjunct Neptune and the node in your 12th house, really bringing in some spiritual woo-woo energy here, like some really spiritual, mystical vibes in your 12th house. This could be a really, really great time for forgiveness, letting go, purging, dreams with messages, synchronicities, going inward and getting some really strong intuitive guidance and messages, or some otherworldly guidance. Things like this could be really, really big around the 17th to the 19th. Okay. So then on the 22nd, the sun is going to be in Aries by that point in your first house, where it is exalted. So it moves in on the 20th, by the way. So there will be a lot more of a focus on yourself once the sun moves in. And, by that point, I think you will be releasing a lot of things, but still releasing a lot of things, as the retrogrades will be moving back into your 12th house shortly after. But the sun and Venus are basically going to come into their conjunction on the 22nd, giving you a idea of what this Venus retrograde is trying to teach you and the lesson behind it. Okay, so it's going to be showing you something on the 22nd. Same thing on the 24th. The sun is going to come into its conjunction with Mercury in your sign, also giving you some kind of questioning, some kind of epiphany, some kind of realization to kind of help you realize what this Mercury retrograde is also teaching you. So then on the 27th, Venus is going to retrograde back into Pisces in your 12th house. And this is definitely going to be a time where, again, you are reflecting on that 12th house energy of the past, closure, letting things go, figuring out what needs to change in terms of what haunts you, what is keeping you going in circles in your life, addressing emotional baggage, addressing old burdens, addressing the skeletons in the closet, right? Addressing, whatever has been kind of keeping you from living a life that you want to live, detoxing. But with Venus and Pisces, Venus is exalted here. Okay, so that's going to become a lot more alluring. It's going to kind of allure you to this area to be like, you know what, I actually want to do a detox, or I actually want to, change these things, or heal these things, or let these things go, or I want to go back to the past. You may feel more nostalgic. You may feel more poetic in a sense, all of that. So then on the 29th, we're going to have the Aries solar eclipse happening in your sign, obviously Aries. So this is a huge, huge solar eclipse because there's so much happening on this solar eclipse. Okay, this is the start of a massive new era that is coming in here to do with yourself, to do with your identity, to do with a new chapter for you and your life. It's like you are cleaning out the old so you can finally come into the truth of who you really are. And then the very next day, Mercury is going to retrograde back into your 12th house as well. And you are going to be doing even more of like cutting loose ends, cutting ties, letting go, etc. Okay, so then On the 30th, we are going to have Neptune stepping into your sign, okay? And this is the huge part. You've never lived through this transit before. Neptune has been in Pisces for the last 14 years. It takes a long, long time to go around the zodiac. So Neptune is going to be stepping foot in your sign for the first time in a long, long time on March 30th. I don't know why I said November. On March 30th, the day after that Aries solar eclipse in your sign. So that Aries solar eclipse is like boom, bam, new beginning, fresh slate, right? We're still clearing out some old stuff, but there's a new chapter starting here to do with yourself, your identity, what you want out of life. And then the next day, Neptune moves in. And Neptune is going to be teaching you a lot to do, a lot about yourself and your identity and your dreams and your potential and your perception of yourself and your perception of the world and your perception of reality and what you really want out of life. And it's going to, you're going to see yourself in very, very new ways with Neptune moving into your sign. And I talked a lot about this in my 2025 horoscopes video for the year ahead, but this is a massive new era that's starting to do with you, Aries, and to do with your first house of self, body, appearance, health. And so Neptune moving into your sign, and it's going to be a wild time and a massive, massive shift coming out of your 12th house. And it's like you are going to be embodying a sense of like this spiritual warrior energy, I think, for a lot of you, and embodying a sense of spirituality and otherworldliness in terms of your identity and who you are and how you work on yourself and the work that you do to yourself and the healing that you do with yourself, etc. So it's going to be a very interesting time. So that is what I'm seeing for you for the month of March, Aries. Let me know down below if you feel like you could see a lot of these things happening, or you think that you know what some of these things may be referring to of certain situations in your life, etc. I'd love to hear your feedback down below. Comment sexy Aries rising down below. If you watched until this point, I appreciate you, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Taurus risings, welcome to your March month ahead horoscope. This month is insane. The hype around this month is completely valid. This is one of the most craziest astrologically insane months of 2025. Okay, and so this is a month where everything can change. Everybody's lives is changing to some degree. There's going to be a lot of revelations, a lot exposed, a lot of reversals, a lot of backtracking, a lot of, realizations coming back to the heart and soul. This is going to be a time where you are doing some deep, deep, deep self-discovery, where you are realizing a lot of different things about yourself, about your life, about certain habits, patterns, addictions, cycles, karmic debts, baggage from the past, where you are really going and cleaning out your so-called closet. Okay, this is a month where you are cleaning out the closet, facing the things that are unseen in your life, but that are somehow holding you back or not allowing you to move forward in some way, shape, or form. Okay, and that is because we have a lot going on here in Aries, and we have a lot going on here in Pisces. Okay, which is your 12th and your 11th house sector, and so this is a big deal. Okay, this is a really big deal, and there's just so much going on this month in these two areas of the chart, and it's like the planets are really, really going back and forth here to make sure that we have some kind of understanding of these areas of life before we can truly move forward. Okay, so what I think is happening here for you, as I said, we're in Pisces season, and so there is a focus on what your aspirations are in the world, your acquaintances, your, people. The North Node is here, so this is kind of pulling you out of your comfort zone of maybe just worrying about yourself, doing your own thing, being more practical and busy in your own life. And this is really asking you, like, who are your people? What do you really want out of life? What are your aspirations? What inspires you? What do you have in common with other people? Where's your tribe? Where's your group? Where's your friends? This could definitely be a time where you find that you want to join new or different social circles, or even go back to old social circles, or cut out different social circles or different influences. I think this is like, what are your dreams in the world and to do with other people? How do you want to help other people? What do you want to contribute to the world? What do you want to help other people with? What do you have? What connects you to other people in the world, right? And this is really huge because we have, Saturn here, and Saturn rules your career sector, your 10th house area of Aquarius, where we have Pluto. And so you're going through some game changing, stuff to do with your career, your reputation, your long-term goals, and how that affects, other people, or how your different allies and acquaintances, colleagues, who you collaborate with, to gain success. It's like all of this is under construction right now and being looked at right now. But even more so than that, it's like before you can even come to terms with a lot of this stuff, or kind of, in your 2025 horoscope, I believe I kind of went over how you could be closing out an old life or an old dream and going towards something completely new, putting your creative interest out there, putting yourself out there. But first, you have to really address what you are hiding here. With all of this energy in Aries in your 12th house, what are you hiding? What needs to be cleaned out? What things from the past are you clinging to? Are you hanging on to? What is going on with the different habits, addictions, cycles, old loops that you find yourself in that are just no longer helping you, right? What karmic debts, are lingering over your head? Where are you kind of escaping in your life? Where are you, kind of caught in, like where do you basically need to go inward and rediscover who you are, what you really desire, and what you really want? And so Venus goes retrograde on March 1st in your 12th house of Aries. And this is really going to, I think, be for you about you, again, going inward. This reversal is going to start happening. It may not hit you right on the 1st or right on the 2nd, depending on where you are in the world, but over the weeks following, as Venus starts backtracking in the sign of Aries in your 12th house, you're going to start noticing and realizing and maybe even remembering where you have somewhat gotten away from yourself in some way, right? And this is so huge for you because Venus is your chart ruler as a Taurus rising. Okay, so this is all about you. When Venus goes retrograde, you are going to feel this more than just any other sign because you are ruled by Venus, right? Now, this also affects your 6th house, as your 6th house being a Libra is also ruled by Venus. Okay, so your health, your job, your day-to-day routines, your habits, okay? Where have you maybe been stuck in habits of pleasing other people or overly compromising yourself, and how has that contributed to a loss or a sense of loss of self, right? That didn't sound right, but you know what I mean. Where has that contributed to you kind of losing yourself? Where has that contributed to you not embodying your truth? And so this month is going to be a massive reflection on the things that you cannot see, the ways in which you cannot, where you withhold action, where you withhold being direct, where you withhold moving forward in some way, where you withhold information to potentially keep the peace in your life or to keep things in your day-to-day life somewhat balanced, but in some way it's causing some kind of inner conflict, right? And so one of my favorite quotes, I say this every once in a while, but one of my favorite quotes ever is that when you avoid conflict externally, you create conflict internally. And so Venus here is like, hey, where have we been creating conflict internally with maybe unhealthy habits, old habits, a path that we've been down or been going down that just isn't really the right way? Where does a redirection need to happen here? And so that's what's really happening, I think, the first several weeks of March, the first 3 or so weeks of March until Venus goes back into Pisces. You are going to be really reflecting on where you need to redirect your energy. Where have you been leaking energy? Where have you not saved any energy for yourself? You're going to be getting back to certain subconscious or hidden values, interest, things that you kind of hidden from yourself that have ended up working against you in some way, or not been what you really wanted in some way. I think that's what's really going to happen here. This could also be relationships, self-love, anything to do with hidden subconscious patterns to do with those things, right? I think you're going to be addressing things from the past to do with love, relationships, desire, self-love, self-rediscovery, habits, addictions, cycles, right? Like that's what I think this Venus retrograde is really bringing out for you. Now, it could also have something to do with it being in Aries, ruled by Mars, and Mars being in your third house. It could also have something to do with your third house of your community, your neighborhood, your work environment, your siblings, relatives, the town that you live in, right? For some of you, you could kind of realize that where you live isn't really where you want to live anymore, or you want to explore, or you want to travel, or you want to migrate, or you want to live more like off grid or something, or like, live more secluded or isolate yourself a little bit more in some way. Like that could be one way that this kind of plays out for some of you guys. But yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting. And then on top of that, on the 3rd, Mercury is going to move into the sign of Aries. And this is where you are going to, I think, start even more focusing on these behind the scenes subjects and getting clues as to what these retrogrades are going to be about, because Mercury is also going to go retrograde mid-month, right around the 15th. And so there's going to be a lot that starts happening with your 12th house themes here. And the 12th house is the house of self-undoing. So it's like, where are you working against yourself in some way, or, doing some kind of self-sabotage, and for one reason or another, right? Like, where do you have certain people-pleasing skills, or being overly considerate of other people, but not really considering yourself? And this is kind of like breaking the chains of the past and really realizing and coming back to your own aspirations, as, Venus and Mercury will retrograde back into Pisces eventually. So your own aspirations, what your soul really desires, this is going to push you to kind of clean out the gunk that no longer aligns, so you can go get back to some kind of dream or soul desire, or something along those lines. Or it may also involve cleansing out certain people in your life eventually too, right? So, okay, on the 12th, right around the 12th, is a very interesting time frame, because the Sun and Saturn will come into their conjunction in the sign of Pisces. I've been calling this kind of like a spiritual surrender moment, or a moment of bittersweet acceptance of what is. And, it's kind of like a harsh reality check a little bit, but one that's very needed and somehow nourishing to us, like emotionally nourishing. It's like, it could be even like an emotional breakdown, but through that we feel so much lighter and relieved, and, like a release happens, right? Or it could be something that we are suddenly aware of that is a little bit bitter, but also very much needed, and that helps us kind of, see the path forward more clearly, right? And so this is happening again in your 11th house of your aspirations and your dreams and other people, your social life. And so you could see themes there with that. Again, this could also involve your career or your long-term goals and your career path. With it, with Saturn being involved, and then with, the Sun ruling your 4th house, it could also be something to do with home, family, your roots, your past, etc. And then also it could even be something to do with finances as well for some of you, with Jupiter ruling this Saturn Sun conjunction being in your 2nd house. Finances, priorities, values, assets, okay? So there's something here that you are kind of realizing, again, this kind of bittersweet moment, or this karmic revelation that helps us move forward, but that also, because Saturn is there, also can be a little bit like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm owning up to this, or I'm taking responsibility of this, or there's some kind of news that is not the funnest, but it's necessary, right? Like, it's like something that is not the happiest thing in the world, but it's necessary, and it is helpful in some way, shape, or form in order for us to keep leading the way or moving forward, okay? Now, on the 14th, we have a solar eclipse in your 5th house in the sign of Virgo, which will be basically opposite the Sun and Saturn in Pisces. It's going to be a pretty big solar eclipse, okay? So this is really a time where I think you are realizing where you have maybe been too perfectionistic, potentially, or too overly analytical, or overly trying to control every little thing, especially when it comes to fun in your life, right? I think this lunar eclipse is like, look, you know, sometimes you have to release perfectionism or release control or not be super overly analytical on all the small details, especially dealing with fun and pleasure in your life with love, romance, children, hobbies, creativity, projects, right? It's like this is a moment where you could really have a massive revelation, and it could even bring in maybe like something from the past or something that you've done for a long time that you realize, you know what, this is just no longer a passion of mine anymore, or this is no longer fun to me anymore, and I actually kind of feel like I need to be going in a different direction or something, right? Where you realize, you know, something about children, love, romance, dating, passions that makes you realize that you need to start retracting and rethinking some things and like kind of going back and redoing some things, because the very next day, after that Virgo lunar eclipse, which is on the 14th, the very next day on the 15th, Mercury then starts moving retrograde, okay? And Mercury is the ruler of your 5th house where that eclipse is happening. And so this is so interesting. It's like something gets brought to light right around that Virgo lunar eclipse, and then it's like a light bulb goes off, because this is so huge, and so we realize it's so necessary, and we realize that we've been holding ourselves back from somewhere, or we have to ground our faith into reality somehow. And that's going to mean that there is another reversal happening. So Mercury goes retrograde out the next day. So it's like whatever is coming to light, whatever peak moments are happening, whatever huge revelations are happening, they are making us kind of turn around and do something differently. You know, again, redirecting our path. So it's like maybe you were working on a project and that lunar eclipse comes and it's like, damn, I was going to release this to, you know, an audience or the public at this time, or I was going to, you know, put this on my website at this time or whatever. But this lunar eclipse kind of has shown me that, you know, I need to turn around and redo it in some way, or there's like more that I need to do here or something like that, right? So it could be like something like that, right? Just as an example. So from the, let's see here, where am I? What's next? On the 22nd, the sun is going to conjunct Venus. The sun will be in the sign of Aries by that time. And so the sun's going to conjunct Venus. And I think this is going to bring right around that 22nd day, there's going to be some kind of revelation, something brought to light about this Venus retrograde story that's happening here. It's going to be kind of clear by that point, like there's some kind of rebirth that's happening here when Venus meets the sun again. And it's like, oh, like, okay, like I get it now. I kind of realize now what needs to start changing, or I'm really starting to understand now what I need to start doing, or where I haven't been fully aligned with my values or my heart or my desires or what I want or my relationships, you know, whatever the case may be. And then right after that, on the 24th, Mercury is going to conjunct the sun in Aries as well. So we're having the Mercury Cazimi, realizing again what this Mercury retrograde is going to be about, and what, you know, what we're changing in that department as well. For you, this is going to be in your 12th house. So even though they're epiphanies and realizations, they could come in subconsciously or through your dreams or something like that. So really pay attention from, like, I would say like the 21st to the 24th. Because that's going to be a really interesting time frame that can bring up a lot of clarity or bring up some signs to kind of help you forward. Okay, so then on the 27th, Venus is finally going to be retrograding back into the sign of Pisces. And then the retrograde kind of shifts, the retrograde story kind of shifts from Aries of like self-discovery and, you know, going within and, you know, looking at the different karmic cycles, the way that you've been potentially self-sabotaging, what needs to end, what needs to be let go of, where you've, you know, if there's been any kind of self-betrayal, if there's been any parts of yourself that have been forgotten that needed to be, you know, reclaimed, etc., addictions, habits, cycles, etc. And with Venus then moving back into the 11th, then there's like an accumulation of like, oh, I'm remembering what my dreams are. I'm remembering the bigger kind of worldly aspirations that I have. I'm remembering almost like the dreams and the wishes and my aspirations, and there's like a renewed sense of inspiration, I think, that starts happening here, and a remembering, or at least if it's not even a remembering, it's like this feels more aligned, right? Like in some way, shape, or form. And so I really think that the Venus retrograde moving back into Pisces and Venus being exalted in Pisces is going to be a lot more beneficial, and really kind of reclaiming our energy while also giving us like a lot of full circle kind of moments and bringing so much clarity with it, and helping us get back to more of like an energetic place, more of a healing place, more of like a soul-led kind of place, right? Where it's like anything's possible. There's optimism, there's belief, there's faith, all of that. And so anyway, then on the 29th, we are going to have the Aries solar eclipse, which is basically what so much of this month is leading up to, is like the 29th and the 30th, because this Aries solar eclipse is basically like a huge kind of, it's making way for this Neptune and Aries transit that's happening on the 30th, the very next day. And then Mercury retrogrades back into Pisces on the day of the Aries solar eclipse on the 29th. So Mercury goes back into Pisces from Aries, and then boom, we have this Aries solar eclipse. So again, there's like this retrieval, this like soul retrieval happening in the sign of Pisces now. And then we have this huge Aries solar eclipse happening in your 12th house. And so it's like whatever Venus and Pisces were just Venus and Mercury were just kind of trying to show you in your 12th house, then there's this like, whole different thing happening, where this whole new era that's starting with this eclipse in Aries, right as soon as Mercury goes into Pisces, and Venus is now retrograding in Pisces. It's like, then we have this eclipse in Aries, and it's like, okay, the new era has arrived. The preview is here. And then the very next day, Neptune moves into Aries, and there is a whole new chapter that's starting to form here in terms of your life, and especially your subconscious, your anything going on behind the scenes. This is going to be a very potentially spiritual time, where you are using the fire element, where you are using action, where you are using masculinity, where you are using even conflict or edginess to kind of tap into spiritual realms or other realms in some way, shape, or form, where you are going on like a spiritual self-discovery journey, where you are starting this whole like spiritual self-discovery era, right? So it's going to be a very, very interesting time. And that is basically how we end the month. Okay, so it's a freaking crazy month. Let me know down below, Taurus risings, if you feel like if you're like, oh my gosh, like I could so see some of this happening. Let me know what you are noticing. I would really love to hear your feedback on this. Make sure to comment sexy Taurus rising down below, and please let me know how you guys are feeling this energy. Keep me updated. Let me know what you're already noticing in your life. I would love to hear your feedback. So please make sure to comment down below, give this video a thumbs up, share it with your friends. It would really help me out a lot. And thank you guys so much. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, my lovely Gemini risings, welcome to your month ahead horoscope for March 2025, which is the most insane month, in my opinion, of this year. We have a lot of really, really big transits this year, but this month is the busiest month, packed full of back-to-back huge transits happening. We have 2 retrogrades of Venus and Mercury. It's eclipse season. We also have Neptune, one of the outer planets that takes a long time to go through a sign, moving out of Pisces for the first time in about 14 years and into Aries. There is a lot happening here this month. This is a life-changing month and will be for many. So I just want you to know this is a really hectic time frame where you are going to be experiencing a lot of reversals, a lot of things that you thought were going one way but are now going in a completely other direction. A lot of ideas that you originally had about where you were going or what you wanted, but things change. Something changes, or you change your mind, right? Which, I mean, you are a Gemini rising, right? That's what it's all about with you, like learn the beauty of the ever-changing mind, right? So let's go ahead and start here. Alrighty. Okay, so what I really feel this month for you is going to be about, Gemini, is a redirection of your life path and your purpose in life. Also a redirection with your social life and social situations. The 10th and the 11th house are very much about your dreams, the life that you are setting out to live, the lifestyle that you want to live, your long-term goals, the legacy that you want to leave behind. Like, what is your life path? What is your dream for your life? What gives you the most success, purpose, and fulfillment, right, in your life in terms of your big flashy goals for your future, right? These are very futuristic houses basically in your chart, right? Now, what's really interesting about this is you are very, very connected to these Pisces transits that are happening in your 10th, because Jupiter, the ruler of Pisces, is in your sign. And so what I think is happening here is maybe there's been a lot of confusion for you as a Gemini rising over the last almost year or so now about what you really want from your life, about what you're good at, what your talents are, what your skills are, what your morals are, what your ethics are, what your beliefs are. And Jupiter also ruling your 7th house really could be like, you really realizing maybe how influenced your beliefs have been, or your thoughts have been, or even the way you think about yourself has been from your relationships or other people, or the world, and the world at large, and all of that. And so what I really see this month being about is you getting more and more clear on what the direction is for your life. Okay, and also I think this month could be about almost like the universe kind of redirecting you down a path that you're meant to go on, even if at first it's like, this feels out of my comfort zone, or this feels out of my control. There's going to be a lot of things that you're not going to understand at first, or that you are not going to have complete control of at first. And so this month is really about surrendering to the universe, surrendering to your path, surrendering to your fate, surrendering to your destiny. Like, this is a big destined kind of energy that's happening here this month. And that is because Mercury is heavily involved, and Mercury is your chart ruler, again, being a Gemini ascendant, right? So anything that Mercury is doing is very much affecting you. And then plus all these Pisces transits are very much affecting you, because the ruler of these Pisces transits are playing out through your sign, right? And so you are getting very, very clear, it looks like this month, or starting this kind of journey of realigning with the future or the dreams or the destiny that more so fulfills you, and is less about fulfilling other people or your relationships, or what other people think, or what other people have in mind, or what your family thinks, or what your family has in mind, with Virgo also being a Mercury ruled sign, and the South Node being here in Virgo. And so for some of you, a lot of this month could even be about cleaning up your past, your home life, your personal life, your family situations, and kind of making space so you can really go after the things that you dream of in life, and the dreams that you have, and the destiny that you feel that you have, and something that's more fulfilling. This year could look like a complete life change for you as a Gemini rising, okay? And next year it continues. It's like the way that you maybe have been living lately is not maybe the life that you're going to have by next year. Okay. And I think that this is going to require, and I think Jupiter in your sign's almost helping you with this, but also could be somewhat confusing you, because as a Gemini rising, you appreciate facts and data and, easy to understand information, right? Like information that makes things make sense. And Pisces is not about that, right? It is a water sign. It's very fluid. It's very foggy. It's about not being able to completely see where you're going, but trusting. And so you are being really, really thrown into hey, does this feel energetically aligned or not? Does this feel fulfilling or not? What are your big dreams? And can you believe beyond a shadow of a doubt, and not constantly need every little bit of fact or detail or information to prove to you that you're on the right path, right? So can you trust in the unseen when it comes to your dreams, when it comes to your future, when it comes to your career, when it comes to your goals and your destiny, right? And so this month is a very, very highly, highly, highly destined and karmic month for you as a Gemini rising. And yeah, so let's go ahead and get into a lot of the themes that I think we're going to see this month. Other than that, with your Pisces 10th house, this is, like I said, letting go and learning to trust in destiny in your future, but also learning that you have the power in creating that future, that you have the power in creating your destiny by being optimistic, by working on your mind, by working on your mindset, by feeling more aligned internally, by having a bigger belief about your potential, right? Understanding your potential, learning how to make these abstract elusive, big feelings and ideas make sense to you, because that's really all that matters. It doesn't need to make sense to everybody else or the rest of the world or whatever. It needs to make sense to you, right? And this is also very much about like leadership with this, your Aries 11th house being very, very prevalent this month as well, right? And again, your ruling planet Mercury being here. This is also very much about stepping into leadership in the world and with other people, colleagues, allies, social media, audiences, etc. Your social life, where you are in terms of your social life, where you fit in terms of the world, and stepping into a sense of leadership, passion, pioneering, all of these types of things, like what's good for you, and not being scared to face things that are confrontational, right? And so there's massive, massive lessons in this. And yeah, it's a really crazy month. So let's go ahead and start. On the 1st or 2nd, depending on where you are in the world, Venus is going to go retrograde right those first couple days of March. And so this is so huge. This is, kind of starting this huge saga of the month with Venus going retrograde. And, this is important because Venus rules your 5th house and she rules your 12th house. And so she could be bringing in some of those, themes from those houses of love, children, romance, and things going on behind the scenes, patterns, cycles, self-sabotaging behavior, dreams, isolation, seclusion, etc. And so some of those could be seen, but also what rules this Venus retrograde is Mars, since Mars rules Aries, and Mars is in your 2nd house of your income, your priorities, and your values, your assets. So that could also be something where you are reflecting on your own values, your own priorities, what you are willing to fight for, and what you are willing to stand up for, especially in the world, and when it comes to other people, and when it comes to social dynamics and social situations, social groups, etc., and your aspirations and inspirations as well. Okay, so that could bring in some of that too. Now, this is going to be huge because it's like, maybe you've been thinking that you've been going a certain direction, or you've been on some kind of path, and you've been thinking that, it's about this or it's about that, or this is what you want or that's what you want. When Venus goes retrograde, there's almost like a reversal that begins to slowly start happening. She goes retrograde, and it's all of a sudden kind of like, I don't really know if I want those same things anymore. So if you've had certain friend groups or certain people around that you've accumulated, or, certain social situations, social dynamics, social events, certain aspirations, certain goals that you've been going after, once Venus goes retrograde, it's kind of like, I don't really know if this is vibing with me anymore. I don't really know if this is what I truly want anymore. If you've been kind of in some kind of leadership position in a situation or in a social situation, it's kind of like, I don't really know if I want to lead anymore in this situation, or I don't really know if this is what's best for me. I need to reevaluate my values and what I want. Now, for some of you, if you're dealing with like marketing and organization or other people, for some of you, this could be other people as well, where it's like, other people are now kind of reversing on maybe agreements that you've had with them, especially related to potentially children or entertainment, things that you find fun or find pleasure in, different things that you do creatively, hobbies. Maybe you were working on a certain hobby or something, and you were about to kind of put it out into the world, or a creative project or whatever, and you were meeting the right people and getting people involved, and then you finally make a deal or have an agreement, and then Venus goes retrograde, and that person's kind of like, I don't know if I can do this anymore. I don't know if this is what I want anymore. I don't know if this is the right thing for me anymore. And so, and it could be somewhat frustrating with Venus and Aries. And so then you have to really reconsider, like, who are your people, or who are your true friends, or what do you really want? What does this mean something to you? Why does it mean something to you, right? And as Venus goes back and continues going back, she's eventually going to go into Pisces, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and that will kind of shift things as well, okay? So the next big thing that I really want to talk about is right around the 12th, we're going to have the Sun-Saturn conjunction, depending on where you are. It could be a day or two earlier or later, so keep that in mind. But sometime around the 12th, we're going to have this Saturn Sun conjunction, and this is a kind of like hard-hitting but necessary moment of emotional emotional resilience, right? Moving through something that it's almost like emotional discipline in some way, right? It's almost like moving through something or realizing something coming to light that is bittersweet. It's like it's a little bit hard, or it's a little bit like, rough around the edges, but it's necessary. Okay? It's like, okay, I need to take accountability for this, or I need to get in front of this, or I need to own this and face this, or take responsibility for this. I need to be the one that deals with this in some way. Like some of you guys could be dealing with your reputation, with some kind of PR thing, or something like that. Others of you, this could be an authority figure in your, in your career and your work life. And it's like, okay, like, they are, a boss or someone, that you kind of work for, or some kind of authority figure or public figure, kind of, you getting some kind of news that's like, but it's like also like, okay, this is somewhat difficult, but I can also see where this is necessary in some way. And even if you can't at the moment, again, this month is so much about trusting the path, releasing control, having faith, having belief, even when hard, difficult things go down, right? I truly don't think for most people it's going to be that difficult. I think the sun being there with Saturn, it is kind of like, a little bit of a bittersweet transit. But again, I do think like it's like, if I want to succeed, or if I want to continue, or if I really want this, I need to find the emotionally intelligent way of dealing with this, or I need to find a more disciplined, structured way of dealing with something, right? And so for some of you, it could be something like that as well. Now, what's so interesting is that right after that, on the 14th, we're going to have a Virgo lunar eclipse happening down in your 4th house, and it's going to be directly opposite of the sun and Saturn right as they're coming out of that conjunction. So not only are we getting this kind of hard-hitting, like, spiritual surrender moment where we have to surrender to something that's like, or take accountability for something that's very necessary, and be very strategic with how we move forward or deal with something. There's also this eclipse that's highlighting this right after from the 4th house. That's like, there is something that you are realizing, a hard-hitting realization that you're having about your career, your goals, your long-term, goals, your future, your legacy, the life that you have been building up to. And then something is coming to light with your, home and family and your personal life, and, or your past, or there's something here that's like, you need to clean this up, or you need to face this or deal with this, and potentially be truthful or honest or take accountability for this in your career or reputation as well, right? And so it's like there's something here, like a double whammy happening, where you are having to deal with something somewhat difficult but very much needed in your career, with your future, with your long-term goals, but you're also needing to release control, or release something from the past, or clean something up from the past, or in your personal life, or with your family in some way, shape, or form as well. Okay, and this is so interesting, because whatever this time is bringing up from like maybe let's say like the 11th to the 15th is so big that mid-month time is like another big reversal happening. So it's like something really interesting and potentially difficult gets brought up. And also it somehow is, there's also this like massive change or expose coming in with your home, family, personal life. There's something here that needs to be changed, cleaned up, or something here that's like reached a peak in some way. But also the very next day, on the 15th of March, Mercury goes retrograde in Aries in your 11th house, okay? And it starts moving backwards, basically, right? And so then it's like whatever this is, whatever is coming up mid-month, from that Saturn-Sun conjunction to the Virgo lunar eclipse on the 14th, and then to the Mercury retrograde on the 15th, it's like whatever this is bringing up, whatever kind of huge epiphany that's happening here, the very next day it may cause you to change directions, or something to change directions, or a delay or a setback or a reversal of some kind, or retreating of some kind. It's like, okay, hold on, I need to rethink this, or I need to pause this, or I need to go back and clean this up, or take care of this, or redirect this in some way, shape, or form. Okay, so, and again, Mercury is going to be retrograding in Aries, but again, it rules your 4th house and your 1st house, right? So whatever this is, it's like dealing with other people, and again, your aspirations, your hopes, your wishes, your social life, your home, family, and personal life and past, and your identity, right? And again, something to do with your destiny, career, goals, reputation, etc. So there's a lot going on here that is creating some really big change, some really big reversals. But I do think that overall, these reversals are going to help you realign with what is truly in your path, or what is truly more aligned for your path. So keep that in mind. Okay, so then from the 22nd to the 24th, the sun will be in Aries by that point, and it will be moving across first Venus and then Mercury. Okay, so it's going to move across Venus on the 22nd, really giving you some big revelations as to what this Venus retrograde has been about. I think by that time, you're going to be starting to feel like a rebirth is happening, or you're starting to really know and understand what needs to change, or what is changing, and the qualities that you need to start embodying or coming back to, etc. Now, also, then Mercury is going to conjunct the sun, creating the Mercury Cazimi on the 24th, also helping you understand what this Mercury retrograde in Aries is about for you, and what needs to change with that, what needs to change with you, what needs to change with how you're dealing with things, your behaviors, your responses, your words, your actions, contracts, agreements, things like that, okay? And so what you're going to be really clear on what you're rethinking and what needs to change at that time, right? So then on the 27th, Venus is going to move back into Pisces. And again, your 10th house sector of your career, your destiny, your long-term goals, what you want for your future, how you see your life going, what you're kind of working towards, building towards, etc. And so this is you, again, really, I think once Venus moves out of Aries, where she's in detriment, and, because she rules Libra, your 5th house. And so it's like you are rethinking your social connections, your aspirations, and all of that, and how that aligns with your love life, children, passions, hobbies, where you find fun and pleasure, etc. But also, once Venus moves back into your 10th house, this really changes things, because Venus is exalted here in Pisces. So from the 27th until Venus goes direct in April, you are really going to be like realigning in a whole new way, right? So then there's going to be this shift of energy from, focusing on your values, agreements, likes, interests, and relationships in terms of your social life and your aspirations, to what is your actual dream? What do you actually want your future to look like? What are you here to do? What's actually fulfilling to you on a soul level, right? Like, what do you want to do in terms of your career, your life path, your purpose? Like, this is realigning you energetically with those things that are more, again, authentic to you. And with Venus and Pisces, again, Pisces is ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter is in your 1st house. So this Venus retrograde is like you realigning with, not only your career and success and all of that, but also you realigning with your own hopes, dreams, and optimism within yourself and belief in yourself. I really feel like, especially when Mercury also retrogrades back into your 10th house, and Mercury rules your 1st house, there's going to be that mutual reception happening between Mercury in your 10th and Jupiter in your 1st, okay? And that's basically what happens next. On the 29th, Mercury will retrograde back into Pisces, okay, back into your 10th house. And then we will also be having the solar eclipse in Aries, okay, in your 11th house, creating a massive new chapter that's starting in your 11th house of your aspirations, your social life, your social groups, etc. And then the next day after that, Neptune moves into Aries for the first time. Okay, Neptune has not been here in a long, long time, like not in your lifetime. Okay, Neptune's been in Pisces for at least the last 14 years. And so Neptune moving into your 11th house is definitely bringing a whole new era happening here, okay? A whole new era to do with your life path, your purpose, your ambitions, your aspirations, your dreams, your hopes, your wishes, okay? Your social life, your social groups, the social groups and different affiliations that you belong to or that you have within your life. This is like a whole new era that's starting in your life, okay? So this is everything I'm seeing for you for March, Gemini risings. Let me know down below if you feel like you can see a lot of these things happening, if you already feel like there's a buildup happening to some of these these things. I'd love to hear about it. Tell me what all that is down below. Please also comment sexy Gemini rising down below if you watched this whole horoscope. I appreciate you. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video. It really, really helps me out. These videos are a lot of work, so I appreciate you for that. And yeah, with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, my lovely and beautiful Cancer risings. How are you guys doing so far? Welcome to your insane March month ahead horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. Let's go ahead and get this party started, baby, because it's a lot. It is a lot, okay? Okay. Now that your chart is up on the screen, basically this month for you is a very karmic and meaningful month. This month has a lot to do with your dharma, with your karma, with your purpose, with, what is going on with all of that. The 9th house is the house of basically God and ancient astrology. It is the house where we find our sense of purpose in the world, where we give and we receive, basically, and the kind of karma that we have in this lifetime. When it comes to those things, the deeds that we do, the morals and ethics that we have, the beliefs that we have about the world, the, different types. And that's why it rules like travel and education, because these things open our mind, they expand our mind, things like that, right? So what are your beliefs about the world? Where do you find meaning and purpose in your life? What teachers are in your life? And everybody can be a teacher, right? With Pisces, it's like everything is connected, right? So so many different things can be your teacher. Your relationships can be your teacher, right? With Saturn ruling your 7th house and your 8th house, right? So it's like your relationships can be your teacher, and financial agreements and contracts and, can be your teacher, there's a lot going on here in terms of what you believe and your karma as well, with Jupiter ruling Pisces and being in your 12th house as well, like where you have certain karmic debts, where you have, certain chapters of your life that need to be closed, where you have subconscious patterns or habits that are hindering your belief. And not only that, but with Mars finally moving direct in your sign, you've been learning a lot about yourself. And, with Mars and Cancer, it kind of brings out this more feminine side of Mars, because Mars doesn't like to be in Cancer. It's in full in Cancer. So Mars feels weaker here. And so with that being said, with Mars having been retrograde the first couple months of the year, you likely have been really honed in on focusing on your insecurities, where you feel like you have certain weaknesses, where you feel maybe less than, or like it is hard for you to move forward, feeling more emotionally competitive in some way, or feeling like you have to prove yourself in some way, right? And so a lot of these things are really connected to you this month. And then on top of that, we have so many Aries transits happening, which are also tied to Mars, since Mars rules Aries and is in your 1st house. And so there's so much going on this month for you as a Cancer rising, and I think you're really reflecting on what actually means something to you. What are your morals? What are your ethics? What are your beliefs? How do they affect the rest of your life, the other areas of your life? Certain topics regarding travel and education and, all of that as well. Honing back, like you are opening up to new out of your comfort zone situations that I think are really kind of somehow related to your dharma or your karma in some type of way, okay? And I think that's the name of the game for a lot of you guys this year. And on top of that, we have so many Aries transits happening this year, that it's also really asking you, like, where it's bringing up these kind of topics of like independence in the world, and where you showcase your independence, your reputation. What are you usually known for? It's like your whole identity and what you thought you wanted out of life is under reconstruction right now. And that could feel very confusing, right? And so what's going to really happen here, I think, this month is there's going to be a reversal in terms of your values, your interest, your morals, potentially, the things that you love, or really reflecting on how you feel about yourself. Self-love, I think, is going to be a major topic for you. things like this are going to be a really major topic for you. And there's going to be somewhat of a reversal on these things as Venus is going to go retrograde and she's going to be coming back to Pisces and she's going to cross the sun, right? So when Venus goes retrograde, she basically comes back, moves through the sun, goes through this kind of like rebirth period and really comes to remember who she is again, what she wants, what she loves, what she's interested in, what her values are, what really means something to her. And so that process is kind of happening for all of us in some way, shape, or form. And so as much as you maybe are on some kind of path or thought you were on some kind of path and moving forward, you're going to be somewhat going back and then reflecting on what you actually what's more aligned with you energetically, what's more aligned with your dharma, what's more aligned with your sense of purpose, what's more fulfilling. So you could end up finding that maybe some of you guys start reflecting on what actually gives you meaning and purpose in the world and in your life and how to start getting realigned with that again, right? Or sense of, certain beliefs that you've had, certain ways of looking at the world that you had forgotten, things like that. So I think that's going to be kind of the overall story of this month for you guys as a Cancer rising, but let's kind of break it down even more here. So on the 1st or 2nd, depending where you are in the world, Venus is going to go retrograde, okay, on March 1st or 2nd. This is really big. She's going to start her retrograde in Aries in your 10th house. Now, this is going to be very much felt by you since the ruler of Aries, Mars, again, is in your 1st house. So this has to do with you and who you are and how you identify yourself and what you think about yourself and how you react and how you how you express yourself, basically, your sense of self-expression, your body, your appearance. So this Venus retrograde is really affecting that. You are kind of reflecting on and rethinking and maybe going through some kind of reversal about how you used to perceive yourself and realizing where there may be certain flaws in that, or maybe there may be certain weaknesses in your armor, so to say, right? Where you've realized that like, hey, I used to think of myself like this, but maybe that was just a mask, or maybe that was just derived from certain insecurities or childhood wounds or, something like that. Or maybe that was derived from my relationship with my mother, with your, Cancer ascendant there, or my relationship with my family to some degree, definitely family potentially with Venus ruling your 4th house, right? So maybe that was derived from my family or other people in the world, with Venus also ruling your 11th house. Maybe that was derived from some kind of early childhood wounds. Maybe that was, maybe these things were derived from me trying to protect myself. Cancer, that crab, that outer shell, right? Maybe that's something that was derived from me creating this outer shell. Do I need this outer shell anymore? Maybe I'm softer than I thought I was. Maybe I am a little bit different than how I've been thinking about myself for a long time. It's like your identity and potentially even your reputation or your career or your goals in life or what you want out of life is just going through a complete makeover, basically a complete reconstruction, and that could feel very confusing at first, right? But I think by the end of these next couple months, you're going to feel way more different and way more aligned about it, okay? So as you are kind of restructuring, rethinking, remaking over this, sense of who you are and what you want out of the world and how you present yourself to the world and, your long-term goals, your career, the life that you are trying to build or aim for, you're going back and kind of reflecting on these things. And as Venus gets closer to the sun, more and more will be realized, and you will realize more and more of what is the true you and what's not, what's truly from your heart's desire and what isn't, right? Relationships that, with other people, colleagues, acquaintances, family that are truly aligned with you and that aren't, right? It's going to be so much though, leading into the relationship with yourself. And again, you're going to be noticing this with like your moods and your emotions and how you react, right? With Mars in your 1st house, okay? And so then on the 3rd, we're going to have Mercury then moving into Aries. Okay. And when Mercury moves into Aries, you're even more focusing on this 10th house area of like, again, in this Venus retrograde of like, what do I really want? What really suits me? Where have I not been speaking up for certain things? Where have I not been thinking correctly about certain things? Where have I not been doing the things that I want to do, etc. Right? So then on the 12th, from the 12th to the 15th, we have a very powerful and interesting few days happening here. So starting on the 12th, we're going to have the Sun-Saturn conjunction in your 9th house, really bringing in some kind of potentially bitter but very necessary revelation or realization, okay? Again, this is in your 9th house. This tells me this may be very karmic, or this may have to do with an authority figure or a teacher or somebody that is playing the role of teaching you a lesson in your life. There's some kind of hard-hitting lesson here, but it's very, very necessary, okay? With the Sun and Saturn being conjunct, it's like, I need to do this for some reason, you know, or I know this is hard, or it's going to be a lot of work, but I need to do this, or I know this is kind of heavy, but I need to accept this in some way. And then what's even more interesting is that on the 14th, 2 days later, we have the Virgo lunar eclipse happening in your 3rd house. Okay, so there is some kind of acceptance or some kind of hard-hitting, bittersweet, necessary revelation or news or something that is coming out here. Now, Jupiter does rule the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, so it could be something that was maybe previously hidden in some way, shape, or form, or it could be something from the past, or it could be something kind of new or some kind of karmic cycle or some kind of karmic pattern that you're kind of realizing. And then it is even more brought into the spotlight by this Virgo lunar eclipse happening in your 3rd house of your environment, your town, your neighbors, your city, your location, you know, your communications with other people, your errands, you know, how you kind of keep up with your life on a day-to-day basis, your lifestyle and the people, places, and things that you frequent on a day-to-day basis, and also what you know or what you think you know, your opinions, right? And so it's like, this is coming to light to really kind of shift something in your life here with how you've been perceiving something, or how a huge belief that maybe you had for a long time, this huge karmic cycle that is almost like being exposed here in some way, shape, or form. Okay. And also, it could have something to do with your career, your life direction, your long-term goals. Again, what you want out of life and all of that, because Mercury is the ruler of this Virgo lunar eclipse. And then on top of that, the craziest thing about that is the very next day, on the 15th of March, Mercury then goes retrograde. Okay. So whatever is coming to light from the 12th to the 15th, whatever major revelations, karmic patterns, subconscious karmic patterns, maybe decisions or, you know, situations that are being exposed to you that are coming to light, are all of a sudden then the very next day on the 15th, it's like we're changing directions, right? There's a redirection happening. There's a reversal happening with Mercury goes retrograde. So there's something coming to light that's really, really big, that causes, that seems to be potentially karmic, that seems to be a very big deal, that seems to be somewhat bittersweet and necessary. There's like a necessary change. It could be like a letdown even, or something. It's like, I have to end this so I can make space. So it's like, again, bittersweet. Like, you know, maybe I feel like for some of you, maybe you are, you know, very much like you have very strong beliefs, and maybe you are a writer, again, Virgo 3rd house, for a, you know, blog or something, right? And I'm just making all of this up just to give you guys an example, but maybe you're a writer for a blog and the Saturn, sun comes in and it's like, you know what? There's like this deadline that happens or something, right? And so you're like, okay, I don't know if I'm going to make the deadline. I have to really work my ass off. I have to really write this, but I still have to like also like proofread it and edit this. And then the very next day Mercury goes retrograde and it's like, damn it. Like, actually I wrote it all up last night. And then when I went to edit it, I realized it needed way more edits than I could do. And so I'm going to have to, it's going to take me longer. I'm not going to reach the deadline. Holy shit. Like, you know, I don't know what I'm going to do now. But in this whole process and this whole story, so this is kind of like the catalyst or a catalyst, like a shakeup, a turning point. And it may not all be revealed just yet why this is happening. But in the process of all this, you then eventually realize, like, actually, like, I was writing a blog for some like other company, you know, 11th house Taurus, Venus, you know, being with Mercury retrograde, being not, you know, far from Mercury retrograde. And I realized that, like, I actually want to do this on my own, you know? And so at the very end of all this, you kind of realize that, like, that whole thing happened, that whole situation happened to get you to realize that you want to start your own blog site instead of writing for someone else or something, right? So it could be like something like that, or like, you're, a journalist, or you're, learning a new skill, but then or you were going to school to learn a new skill, but then you have this kind of, sudden situation that happens that's like, actually the school is shutting down, and it kind of completely redirects you or something, right? Like, it's like those are just random situations to kind of give you guys an example of what I mean, but there's some kind of situation that's happening this month that this lunar eclipse is really highlighting and saying, hey, there is some kind of like, bittersweet situation that is potentially out of our control with it being in Pisces, but it's all connected with Pisces, right? So it's all going to be connected in the end, but right now it may not completely make sense, or there's a moment of like surrender or acceptance, and in that moment we realize something, and then we realize we also have to kind of retreat or move back or redo or retract or something, right? And so it's such a very interesting few days. I'm really interested in that story in the middle of the month. So if you have any idea of what any of that could potentially be about, let me know down below, because I really want to hear it. So then after that, because that is not all, from the 22nd to the 24th, we're going to have the Venus and Mercury cazimi. So by then, the sun will be in the sign of Aries, and it will pass Venus and then Mercury like 2 days later. So from the 22nd to the 24th, these are very big days, because these are basically the sun and Venus going through like their first kind of rebirth, right? This is like the Venus is finally meeting the sun again after like, a while, since like last summer, the beginning of like last summer. So she's like finally meeting, I think it was last summer. I could be wrong about that, but she's like finally meeting the sun again for the first time. And when a planet meets the sun, we start having realizations with that planet, right? And the story that that planet is showing us. And with both of these planets being, retrograde, we start realizing the themes of those planets. Oh my God, this is what this is about. This is what this has been about. Oh my gosh, like I realize where I haven't been true to who I am, or I realize where I haven't been speaking my truth, or I realize what I really want now. We start getting pieces of the puzzle, like big pieces. We may not have the full puzzle yet because they're still retrograde, but we start getting pieces of the puzzle and start realizing a lot around those time frames. So whatever comes up, from, I would say like the 21st to the 24th, that those are important days to pay attention to, okay? So then on the 27th, Venus retrograde is going to move back into Pisces, and this is a massive tone shift here, okay? Because Venus in Pisces is a very different Venus than we've had for the first, most of March, right? With her retrograde in Aries. Venus in Pisces is exalted in Pisces. Therefore, she is very much more comfortable, right? Like she is able to relax. She's able to kick off her shoes. She is able to get back to like, her spiritual endeavors, her creative passions, her trust in the universe and her faith. And so those are some of the things that could start happening when Venus goes back into your 9th house. Again, you may start seeing this like realignment with internal values, or like soul like beliefs, right? Or beliefs that are more aligned with your soul, or worldviews or outlooks that are more aligned with your soul, or realizing what you actually want out of your life, or what you want out of the world, or finding new meaning, or remembering, meaning that is very important to you or valuable to you, right? Or coming back around to realizing what you truly value in terms of educational pursuits, teaching, travel, and the meaning that you give life in some way, right? And so you're going to be really, I think, realigning with potentially your dharma, or, cleansing old karma or old baggage that's been kind of burdening your life in some way, shape, or form, okay? And then after that, on the 29th, we have a huge day happening. We're going to have Mercury then moving back into Pisces, and Mercury is in fall in Pisces though, and so that is going to be interesting. But again, there's still this refocus happening to that 9th house of Pisces that I was just talking about. And then on the 29th, we're going to have the solar eclipse in Aries, and this is a massive new era that is starting here, okay? This solar eclipse, it's only a partial eclipse, but it's a big deal because Neptune moves into the sign of Aries the very next day, okay? And so it's almost like Venus retrograde and Mercury retrograde in Aries, we're kind of preparing, like creating space. They move back into Pisces, and then there's a solar eclipse in Aries, like, okay, now it's time for this new chapter to be born, and then Neptune moves into Aries the very next day. And so it's like whatever needed to be learned there has been somewhat learned there, and now there's a refocus on Pisces energy, clearing space, making space, and then now this new era starts in terms of your 10th house. And with Neptune in the 10th, I feel like this is kind of very, very interesting. I would feel like this is a nice place to have this, because this is very much about following your dreams, you know? Following your dreams, figuring out what your dream is, going after your dream, like, you know, having this kind of going down this like self-discovery journey in your life, and starting to imagine and fantasize about what you want your life to be like, and taking action on that, right? Having self-belief, you know, that leads you to the future that you want to create and that you're in control of creating, right? And, you know, having a life of independence and having a life of like pioneering and all of that. And so adventure, right? And so let me know down below, Cancer, what you guys are feeling for this month, and if this was helpful for you, what you think some of these things could be hinting towards or talking about for your month ahead. I would really love to hear your guys' feedback. Thank you guys so much for watching. At least comment down below Cancer Sexy Rising, or Sexy Cancer Rising. I cannot speak. Sexy Cancer Rising, if you watch this whole horoscope, I appreciate you. Make sure to like this, comment, send this to your family and friends. It would really help me out a lot. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, my lovely, fabulous Leo risings. Welcome to your March 2025 horoscope for the craziest, most insane month of this year. This month is going to be full of reversals. Things that directions that we thought we were going in may end up kind of just reversing or going in a different direction. And this is normal. We have a lot of retrogrades this month. There's a lot of introspection this month. There's a lot of rethinking things this month. There is a lot going on this month. There's also eclipses and eclipse season. So there's a lot of karma and fated situations and changes happening, and revelations and huge epiphanies, a lot being revealed to us, a lot of karmic cleaning out that we are doing. And yeah, there's just a lot. But I do feel like I have a lot of hope for this month, in the sense that I think this month is really going to be realigning us with certain traits that we've forgotten about ourselves or forgotten about our lives, certain paths that we've forgotten that are important to us, or, you know, certain principles that we used to live by that we've maybe forgot about that we're getting back to. And yeah, it's a really big month. And so let's go ahead and get into it and talk about it here. So I'm going to record my screen. You should be able to see what is going on my screen now. So as a Leo rising, you know, we have a lot of the stuff that's happening this month in our 8th and 9th houses. There's a lot of things that are going back and forth between our 8th and 9th house. We also have an eclipse mid-month that's going to be really huge in our 2nd house. We are getting really realigned. And I think that for Leo risings, it's been a little bit of a rough year so far. I know last year was personally really rough for me as a Leo rising, just a really confusing, foggy year where it almost just feels blank, like nothing really happened, but there's just so much internal stuff going on. So, but we've had a weird year so far with Mars in our 12th house, kind of potentially forcing us to deal with some karmic wounds from the past, especially related to family and related to personal matters. We've had to deal with some potentially conflicts or disagreements or, you know, heated things from the past that have been a little bit disruptive, or that have kind of, you know, even certain situations where we've almost been like our own worst enemy in some way, or where we've worked against ourselves in some way, you know, certain habits and patterns and addictions, you know, that we've had to face or deal with or let go of, cut the cord on. You know, this has been a month or a year so far that's been really about facing certain things closing old chapters, closure, endings, cutting things out of our lives, and really getting back to a space of neutrality in our lives so far, okay? But this month, I think, is going to be a lot about transformation, since we have so much 8th house stuff going on. Obviously, finances and energetic exchanges, the give and take with other people and or other places, and what that involves and entails. And I also think there's going to be a continuance of kind of cleaning out old karmic debts, old karmic contracts, etc. And then I also think this month is going to be about finding ourselves again. And like I said, kind of finding certain lost traits, lost paths, lost principles, lost, values, lost outlooks on our lives that used to help us, right? Or that used to guide us through life, and where we've kind of forgotten some of these really important things that really enhance our lives and mean something to us and allow us to move forward. Okay, there's also this massive underlying theme here of confidence and, self-confidence, self-belief, belief in the self, and where that's been lost and needs to be restored. Okay, this month is also very 9th housey, so it's very much about getting out of our comfort zone and kind of this journey of self-discovery that we may be called to go on as March kind of moves forward, okay? Because I think that we've gotten somewhat comfortable and complacent in some way in our lives, just trying to keep the balance. We've forgotten to add bravery and risk and adventure into our lives, again. And so some of that could be returning on a month like this. We could rediscover things that we're interested in educationally, or rediscover gurus, teachers, new philosophies, outlooks, or old ones, old principles that we used to live by, that used to really allow us to move through life very differently than maybe we have been. Okay, where have we been kind of resting on our laurels, or forgetting what our true beliefs are, and forgetting the value of those beliefs in some way, and how they help us, and what they mean to us? And where have we been forgetting our journey, our dharma, and our our path in life, basically, for maybe other things that, aren't as fulfilling to some degree, right? So I think this is kind of the name of the game. We're getting back to the mission in our lives in some way, or remembering the mission, right? With this Aries 9th house energy and having so much going on in the 9th house this month, it's like we are also getting our woo-woo back on, right? Our witchy, mystical, kind of occult practices, potentially, with the 8th and 9th house being so kind of intertwined here. It's like, where have we forgotten the things that really, really set our soul ablaze? Where have we forgotten the things that really truly fulfill us? And, I think this month you're going to notice this massive reversal with Venus going retrograde in Aries, and then eventually moving back to Pisces at the end of the month. There's this huge reversal happening with I've been on the path, or I've been on this path, and I haven't really been sure where I've been going anymore. I haven't really been sure of the direction of my life and what I really want out of life anymore. And now there's this kind of with Venus going retrograde, it's like us getting back to what that direction is, us getting back to what that mission is, us getting back to our principles, back to our bravery, back to our confidence, back to our courage, realigning with ourselves and our mission again, that ends up fulfilling who we are and making us feel more like ourselves, and basically realigning with a certain sense of conviction about our lives again. And so I think that's kind of the name of the game for Leo risings this month. Realigning with educational pursuits that we are really interested in, or teaching pursuits that we are interested in, or skill sets that we've kind of left behind, like writing, speaking, publishing, etc. These are all really big things, kind of getting back to that entrepreneurial spirit with Aries in the 9th house, potentially, even traveling or rediscovery, or, whatever, right? There's this huge kind of self-rediscovery journey, I think, starting this month for Leo rising. So let's go ahead and get into it. So like I said, March 1st or 2nd, depending on where you are in the world, it's going to be really late in the night, March 1st for me personally. I'm Eastern Standard Time in the US, so this is going to be more so March 2nd for me, but Venus is going to go retrograde, basically, those March 1st or March 2nd of the month. And she's going to retrograde in Aries, right around 10 degrees of Aries, and she's going to start moving back. And when Venus goes retrograde, a redirection starts happening, a sudden shift starts happening. It's like, it's almost like kind of like a switch goes off. It's like we've been going in one direction, excuse me, and then now we're kind of questioning that, or now we're kind of like realizing like, I don't know if I want to keep going in that direction anymore. Like, we're reassessing what we want. We're reassessing what we like. We're reassessing our heart's true desires. We're reassessing who we are and where we've been going and what we've been doing and the action that we've been taking on the things that we want, our interests, right? Our relationships, our career as well, with Venus ruling our 10th house of career goals, purpose, destiny, success. And then the third house of like siblings, relatives, neighbors, town, city, location. We are reassessing these things in our lives and also reassessing what we really want out of our lives. The ninth house is the house of Dharma. It's the house where we find meaning and purpose in our lives, where we see the bigger picture of what we're doing here. And so with Venus going retrograde here, it's like we haven't been seeing the bigger picture properly. We haven't been seeing what we really want out of our lives properly. We haven't really been potentially aggressive enough or assertive enough or courageous enough or brave enough or, we haven't been convicted enough or, in our conviction enough, or we haven't been considering what we really want enough, or we haven't been living in the true meaning and purpose of our lives or in our principles in some way. Okay, so Venus going retrograde here is us kind of reassessing and realigning what we really want out of our lives and what we really want our lives to mean and look like, and where we haven't been taking action on what we really want. Okay, that is what Venus retrograding here in our ninth house is. Now, obviously, on a more detailed or mundane level, this could be reassessing what you want to learn. If you're in college, maybe you start reassessing your major. Again, the direction you've been going in starts to somewhat become unfulfilling or not wanted anymore. I remember in 2023 when Venus retrograded in our sign, in Leo, it wasn't at first, but I started noticing like the first couple weeks of the Venus retrograde that I was going along with a lot of different things in my life that I hadn't really checked in with myself to see what I wanted and if I wanted these things I was going along with. And that started becoming more and more apparent to me. And the more that I kind of thought about the directions I was going in, the more I started realizing I didn't want those directions. And I made this just like huge reversal in my life and ended up doing massive, massive things by the, on the tail end half of that Venus retrograde, and like changed my whole life, changed the whole direction. And it was freaking amazing, right? So I don't think Venus retrogrades are necessarily something to be scared of. I think this is a realignment, a redirection, a reassessment of what really feels true for us and our heart's desires, right? Venus rules over what we love, what we appreciate, what we like, the beauty in our lives, and, what we truly want, right? And if we are not really aligned with that, which usually a Venus retrograde shows us where we are not truly aligned with that, then that will become apparent. And yeah, that could cause some confrontation or some conflict with Venus being retrograde in Aries, right? We could struggle to see that, or we could struggle to kind of leave certain things behind or to make certain changes because of the conflicts or the disruptions that may entail. But it almost feels like we have to, or like it's necessary, because if we don't, then we don't feel very fulfilled in our lives, right? And that's what this is really about, is coming back to feeling like we are aligned in our lives, like our lives are what we actually want and what we are actually choosing with Venus and Aries, very much about self-will. Like, is this the path that I'm really choosing? Is this what I really want to take action on? Instead of just going along with it, it's what I've been doing. There's like a sudden shift in the way that we've been doing things. There's a sudden shift in us starting to realize what we really want and what we don't want, okay? And so that is, I think, what this Venus retrograde is going to be about at first, okay, as it's moving through Aries. So then on the 3rd, we are going to have Mercury moving into Aries, and Mercury moving into Aries definitely makes us more opinionated and more expressive of our opinions, and it definitely could come with us starting to make decisions or say certain things, but we have to remember that Venus is retrograde. So whatever's coming to mind here, or whatever we start feeling like we need to express or say or do, whatever decisions or choices we need to make, may come back around, because Mercury is going to retrograde too, like a week and a half after Venus. Okay, so I would say be careful from like the 3rd until the 15th, because that time frame with Venus retrograde, we're already rethinking, reassessing, reflecting, and because we're not 100% sure yet, we could say a lot of things from that unsure place or make some decisions from that unsure place thinking that we know, and then Mercury's going to go retrograde, and then that's going to be reversed, right? And then we're going to have to retract and kind of go back and rethink all that and maybe make some amends, or maybe like, cause even more disruptions or conflicts, right? Because we're now kind of like, okay, I kind of spoke too soon, so yeah, I would just say that, this can definitely be a great placement for saying things that you've been needing to say for a while, or saying things that have been building up, or whatever. I mean, Mercury in Aries is very sharp with its words. It's not afraid to be direct. This is the time to definitely say things more directly if they are truly your truth. But I would also just keep in mind that when Mercury is going to go retrograde too, so there will be a rethinking of this time period and a reflecting on this time period, and maybe a reversal or a backtracking on some of the things that we do or say during this time period from the 3rd until the 15th. Okay, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, so we have Venus and Mercury in Aries. Venus is going to go retrograde the very first couple days of March. Then Mercury is going to go retrograde mid-March. But this is definitely us rethinking our principles, our values, what really means something to us, what we really want out of our lives, our ethics, our morals, and what gives us meaning and purpose in life, right? So then this is where things get really interesting, and the kind of catalyst of the month begins. We're going to have the Sun and Saturn coming into their conjunction in Pisces right around the 12th of March, okay? And so this is going to be the Saturn Cazimi, basically. The Sun and Saturn are going to be getting together. This is definitely, usually, some kind of somewhat necessary revelation or news, or, kind of hard-hitting, news or something, right? That where we're kind of having to accept something that may be somewhat out of our control, 8th house in Pisces, or take responsibility for something, own up to something that may be somewhat, either because of our actions or something karmic or a financial obligation or situation. And then 2 days after that, we then have the Virgo lunar eclipse that is also opposing the Sun and Saturn, shining light on this conjunction even more. And it's a south node lunar eclipse, right? So this is like something very, very karmic here is coming to light that we are realizing to do with our finances, or giving and receiving in our lives, what's ours versus what's others, what we share with others or what they share with us. Potentially being owed something, or this could even be news of a delay, or a contract, or, something like that. There's something very karmic here happening. Or something that we're having to accept or surrender, or that we're having to figure out how to kind of deal with in some way. And there's going to be topics of, having control versus releasing control, reading the fine print versus letting it go, right? And so this is definitely something very interesting that's happening here right around the mid-month. And the reason also this is so interesting is that the next day on the 15th, Mercury, which rules this Virgo lunar eclipse happening on the 14th, on the 15th, Mercury is then going to turn retrograde. So whatever we are realizing has to do with this Mercury retrograde story that's happening. Whatever news or situation that comes up that is potentially difficult, or that is potentially bringing in some kind of karmic, situation or incident, or that is somewhat something that we're having to face, it's like the very next day, whatever this realization is making us realize that now we have to reverse things. Now we have to backtrack, right? It's like, whoa, wait a second. And that's why I said, be careful from the 3rd to the 15th of the month, because in that time frame, some decision that you make, or something that you do, or something that you say could somehow come back around, and then now you're having to reverse, and it's a big thing, or there's some kind of consequence to it with Saturn involved or whatever. And it's like, now Mercury is like, okay, I just realized this, and this is a big deal, and this is not what I had planned, and now I'm seeing kind of the backlash, or I'm seeing the consequence of it, or I have to take responsibility for this now, or I don't know how to deal with this, I don't know how I'm going to manage this. So we're going to have to slow down and now go back and deal with something. So it's like something's coming up that now we're going to have to go back to the past to deal with, right? We're going to have to go back through and change something, retract something, redo something. And so that's going to be really, really big. And so I would just say be very, very careful this month with any big investments, with any big purchases, especially as Leo risings. Do not make any like sudden out of the box big purchases. They will be coming back around. I can almost guarantee you, or there will be something that is delayed, set back, not what you thought it was. This is not a good month to start anything brand new with all these retrogrades, with the eclipses. I mean, this literally, it could end up carrying out for a while, or it could be something you end up having to deal with for a while that ends up just turning into a freaking mess, okay? I'm not trying to scare you. Just don't do anything. Like, if you're having to go back and redo something, yes, that's fine, okay? This is a fine month to go back and do something that you've already did before, for the most part. There still may be some mishaps, you know. If a situation comes up and the universe kind of presents it to you and you're not like by choice causing the situation to happen, like, you know, let's say your car breaks down and so now you have to get a new car, you have to take it to the shop, like something like that would likely be okay. The universe is, you know, the energy is already basically saying this, right? But if you're just like, you know what, I am going to do something drastic to my hair and it's going to cost a lot of money and I'm just going to do it, you're likely, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess. You likely are not going to like it. You likely are not going to feel good about it. And you will feel like you wasted your money or something will happen in terms of financially. And then, you know, it's just like, this is a very, very karmic time financially. And this is a very karmic time dealing with transformation and power and, you know, control versus not having control, you know, something coming back from the past that maybe you owe, or like a debt coming back from the past that you owe. And I mean, for some people, this may not be like, I don't think this is like the end of the world or anything. You know, for some people, this could be like, you know, you end up finding out that like you don't owe a debt that you thought you did. You know, for some people, it could somewhat play out as positive depending on your chart and all that. But either way, with Saturn and the sun involved, this is usually kind of like a heavy-hitting revelation that is a little bit bittersweet. It's like there's usually somewhat of a sweetness to it, or like a necessity to it. It's like, okay, this is necessary. I needed this. This needed to happen. I see that. But also, it is somewhat a little bit hard. There is a little bit of like a hardness to it where it's like, this isn't necessarily easy either, right? Like, so anyway, so that like mid-month time period is like a massive catalyst happening. It's like, you know, there's a buildup and then boom, it's like, whoa, there is something going on here and it's kind of coming to light, and now I need to make changes, or I need to retract this, or I need to change some things around or whatever. It's like there's going to be something that's in your control, but then there's also going to be some of it that's out of your control likely. And then it's going to be like, okay, now because of this, I have to kind of retreat or go back or redo things, right? And so it's going to be very interesting. I'm really interested to see how that plays out for us. Also a little bit nervous about it because of where all it's happening for us. But yeah, going to be a very interesting time. Okay, so then from the 22nd to the 24th, we're going to have the Mercury and Venus cazimi. The sun will be in Aries by that point. And so the sun will first pass Venus right around the 22nd, give or take a day, but depending on where you are. And then it will pass over Mercury on the 24th. Okay, so this basically is the time frame, the 22nd to the 24th is a time frame that is going to kind of show us what the hell is up. By this time, we will have more of the answers. We will have some more clarity as to what these retrogrades are trying to show us. It will be more clear around this time. We may not have all the answers or all the pieces to the puzzle yet, but we will have a pretty good freaking idea on what, you know, the changes that need to be made or the realignments that we are making will be pretty much known by that time. Okay. And so I definitely pay attention to the 22nd to the 24th. So then on the 27th, Venus is going to retrograde back into Pisces. And so this is where this retrograde story of Venus kind of really shifts and changes, right? From Aries to Pisces, because she's basically in detriment in Aries. She doesn't like to be in Aries. She's a peacemaker and she's in the sign of conflict. She is a, diplomatic, social, kind of vibe. And Aries is like, very more so about sovereignty and individuality and the self. And so when Venus moves back into Pisces on the 27th, where she's exalted, she is more in a magical kind of vibe here. This is where she can vibe out. This is where she can get her creativity on, get her imagination going. And I think this is going to be very, very good for us in terms of this being our 8th, even though this is our 8th house, because this is going to bring up realigning with the things that really deeply change us. And so I think this is going to help us kind of transform and reconnect with our power in some kind of way. I think this is almost like an internal transformation that begins to happen where we start releasing a lot of karma or facing some things, some karmic debts, some things that have been leaking our energy in our lives. You know, this is where I really feel like we kind of get back in touch with our power to some extent, and we start potentially righting some wrongs in our lives. So this could be like making amends for certain things, like getting our side of the street clean again, right? Basically paying off certain things that we owe, or paying off some kind of debt, or maybe even something that we are owed that's coming back around miraculously. I mean, Venus is going to cross over Neptune and the North Node. And so this can definitely be a time where, you know, we are feeling very dreamy and we get really in touch with our spiritual side or our woo-woo side, or, you know, more occult practices, or remembering certain practices that we forgot about, or remembering certain elements of what we're really capable of on like a soul level. Maybe getting back into like topics of like manifestation and abundance, and, you know, things like that could really come up during this time. But there is definitely some kind of like really powerful internal transformation happening to us in our lives, I think, when Venus moves back into Pisces for at the end of the month and into April. Okay, so it's going to be very interesting. So then not the very next day, but 2 days later on the 29th, then Mercury is going to retrograde back into Pisces as well. Now, this isn't as magical. Mercury doesn't like to be in Pisces. So this is definitely going to be a time with Mercury in Pisces where we're going to have to somewhat give up our own plans, our own thinking, our own strategies, our own, you know, need to understand everything, and where we're going to have to feel our way through it and have faith. And that can really, really be a huge, huge help at this time, to just have faith, let go, surrender, release. The more we release, the more we receive. Okay. So Mercury moving back through Pisces, I think, is going to really teach us lessons in that, you know, we don't have to understand everything. But in a way, it could help us see how so many different things in our lives are connected at the same time as well. So then on the 29th as well, we're going to have the Aries solar eclipse happening in our 9th house. This is huge. And if your ascendant is anywhere from like, I would say like 1 to 10 degrees Leo, you're likely going to be feeling this eclipse. It's going to be very powerful. And this is the eclipse that starts a massive new era in our lives, okay? Because the very next day, Neptune is then moving into Aries, out of Pisces for the first time in 14 years, okay? We have not lived through Neptune and Aries in our lifetime, so this is huge, you guys. Neptune moving into Aries means even more of a self-discovery kind of journey, even more of getting clear on our dharma and our life path and the meaning of life and what we really truly want out of life and what we are dreaming up for our lives and our futures, and educational pursuits, travel pursuits, like us really getting clear on the dreams that we have for how we want to live our lives, and the extent to which we want to live our lives, like how we want to live our lives to the fullest, right? And so this is going to be really, really big as that new era starts. So anyways, that is what I'm seeing for us Leo risings. Let me know down below if this was helpful for you guys. Comment sexy Leo rising down below. But also, please let me know, fellow Leo risings, how you guys are feeling this month, what you guys are noticing, how you think this is going to be playing out for you guys, and if you could kind of, you know, predict like where some of these things are going to be happening for you guys, or how this is all fitting into your life right now, definitely let me know down below and keep me updated throughout the month, because I really, really want to know. Okay. I think, what am I saying? Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Make sure to like, comment, and share with your friends and family, because they need to hear all this too. I love you guys, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, my lovely Virgo risings. Welcome to your March 2025 horoscope for the month ahead. This month is crazy, okay? This month is crazy, especially for you as a Virgo rising. You are going through so much change and transformation this month. There's going to be a lot of redirects happening, a lot of redirection, a lot of, just doing things very, very differently, basically. It's like the path that maybe you had been going down kind of ends up turning around, right? Or things end up turning around in some way in your life in different areas, in different ways. And so it's going to be a very, very interesting month. Let's go ahead and get started on it and look at it. And I want to say, first of all, I think the big theme for you this month, and I talked a lot about this in your 2025 year ahead horoscope, Virgo risings, but I think the big theme this month is going to be your plan, with your first house here, or the divine plan, basically, right? Your plan versus the divine plan, right? Your timing versus divine timing, okay? You being in control versus the universe being in control, or whatever you believe, Buddha, whatever, right? And so I think this month you are definitely dealing with these polarities of planning things out or doing things your way versus things being out of your control and having to kind of flow and go along with things, right? You really wanting to take charge in situations or take action or respond or, change certain situations, but then it not quite working out or there being delays or setbacks, etc. And so, and I'm not, trying to be like a Debbie Downer here. Don't worry, we're going to go over how to deal with a lot of this. But the reason I think this is because your ruling planet Mercury is in Aries, in your 8th house. And so this automatically is like you wanting to be in charge over things that you somewhat feel powerless over, or you feeling like you need to prove yourself in certain situations, or you wanting to make changes to financial situations or agreements or contracts or karmic, situations that you're in with other people in some way, or, whatever the case may be. But I think that, Mercury obviously is going to go retrograde in March. So I think that you are, going to be rethinking some of these things and reflecting on some of these things that you may be impulsive about the first few weeks of March. Okay. So I would say from the 3rd to the 15th, be very careful in that window of time about what you initiate, what you are impulsive about, things that you say or decisions that you make, because there likely will be a redoing of those things or a retraction of those things or a delay or a setback or a changing of the mind in some way, okay? Because Mercury is going to go retrograde on the 15th, right? And then, we also have Venus retrograding this month in your 8th house. So things can turn around for you if you don't impulsively react. If you allow the process to happen, if you allow whatever's happening to happen, obviously work on what you can control, do what you can control. If you do have some control over things, work on that, right? Like, ground yourself, work on, your health, your body, your, the physical things that you actually have control over. Do that as long as it's not impulsive or out of like a heated moment or whatever, like, think things through this month. But other than that, you're going to have to leave the control up to, other things, the things that you can't control. You're going to have to trust in something higher than yourself, right? And that is what I think this month is very, very much about, as we will be having an eclipse in your sign this month, as you can see, and we're going to be having an eclipse in Aries this month. And so a lot of this is, Virgo and Aries energy and some Pisces energy in the mix. And so there is a lot of you releasing control with Pisces, knowing what you can control with you, Virgo, and, needing to be impulsive or take action or respond or react to different things that happen that may be somewhat out of your control, right? With the 8th house, okay? And I think you'll know, obviously, I think you'll know, right? Like, you'll feel it intuitively. You'll kind of know when to react and I think how to react, as long as you're not in the heat of the moment and allowing, kind of this emotional overwhelm to kind of happen or get to you here. And there's also a lot involved in terms of Jupiter in your 10th, this redirection of your life, or what you once thought your life was, and this kind of redirection of your life path and your goals and your vision for your future and what you want out of life, in your ideologies about life and, your purpose or your path or your success or your destiny. There's this like whole reshaping going on with that, right? And so there's just a lot happening here, okay? So on the first or second, depending on where you are in the world, Venus is going to go retrograde in Aries, okay? And so Venus retrograding in Aries is basically the start of a reversal happening on March 1st or 2nd. The direction that you had been going in, or some of the actions that you had taken over the last month or so at this point, may start turning around or becoming under review to some extent, okay? You may start kind of rethinking or reflecting on what you really want. What is really important to you with Venus ruling your second house? What's really your priority? What's really, what really feels more peaceful, more balanced, more harmonious for you, rather than, potentially other people or other situations in your life. So it's like you're really starting to go through this rethinking or reflecting on what actually you want, what actually you like, what actually you want to own, have, accomplish, etc., especially financially or with shared resources, shared finances, etc. Like you are kind of realigning with what is actually meant for you or what you actually want in this area, right? So as Venus is going retrograde in Aries, there is kind of this reversal happening in certain maybe financial situations, financial agreements, like a financial direction that maybe you had been headed in, financial help that you had maybe been giving to others or others have been giving to you. If you are having some conflict or some tough times with that, this Venus retrograde, I think, is going to help you resolve some of this or help you reflect on some of this to find more answers that feel better for you, right? Or that feel more aligned with you. And I think it's eventually going to help you out financially with your own assets, your own priorities, your own values, etc. And, for some of you, this could even be legal situations as well, with Venus ruling your ninth, or ethical situations in some way. But either way, there's this redirection happening with your finances, what you value, what you want, what you own, what you have, what you possess, what's actually important to you, or what feels like a good deal or a good agreement to you, and anything to do with that, right? Like that's going to be kind of the name of the game as Venus goes retrograde, right? Now, on the 3rd, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Aries, okay? And this is important because Mercury is your first house ruler, therefore your chart ruler, and it also rules your 10th house of your career and your long-term goals, future accomplishments, right? And so with Mercury then going into Aries, you may find yourself a lot more mouthy and a lot more impulsive with your decision making, and a lot more like, oh, wow, I'm realizing there's a lot of things I haven't said, right? You may find yourself more direct with your words, more sharp with your tongue. And so I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing, but I am saying that I do know that after this, on the 15th, Mercury will move retrograde. And there's some big things happening right around that time that show me that there's also going to be a redirection with Mercury. So whatever is happening from that, 3rd to 15th time frame with Mercury and Aries is more impulsive, more fiery, more direct, more reactionary. And so with Mercury there, that's telling me that you could be feeling this with it being your, ascendant ruler. And you could start making plans or taking action or having conversations or making decisions that end up going under review not long after. And so I just want to say, you may feel this spark to take action or make decisions or make plans, but I would also just keep in mind and hold space for the fact that it may not go that way. It may not be exactly what you thought it was, because what you want or your relationship with other people or outside circumstances may be changing, right? You're going to be changing your mind in some way, or other people are, or the situation maybe, or what you want may be changing. And so you just have to keep that in mind, okay? Now, and this is basically the start of it, okay? So Mercury goes into Aries on the 3rd. Then, and this is like the mid-month kind of shakeup here, we're going to have Saturn and the Sun coming into their cazimi. So we're going to have the Saturn cazimi, basically, the Saturn and Sun coming into their conjunction in your 7th house of relationships, other people, right? Outside circumstances, anybody outside of you, right? And so this is bringing up some kind of potentially hard-hitting revelation, moment of acceptance or surrender, or some kind of like bittersweet revelation or conversation or news, etc., that may feel a little bit hard, but somewhat necessary, okay? It's like a necessary situation, news, or revealing that happens here to some extent, okay? And then because of that, right after that, on the 14th, the lunar eclipse is coming in your sign, in your first house, and going to oppose Saturn and the sun. So it's bringing light to this Saturn-Sun situation, whatever it is in your relationships. It's like the Saturn and the sun is kind of like we realize where we have not been taking responsibility for something, or where there's certain consequences for something, or there's a karmic situation happening. And so we have to own it to some degree. And for you, the sun rules your 12th house. So this could be something that, you know, has been somewhat hidden from you, or that you hadn't really thought about before. And for some of you, it could even deal with your children, or a job, routine, or health in some way, with Saturn ruling your 5th and 6th house. Or it could also just be dealing with your future, your goals, your direction, you know, with Jupiter ruling Pisces, right? And so these are just some of the things that it could deal with, but it's going to be a little different for everybody. But there's some kind of moment or incident or situation or person or realization or epiphany, whatever, that's coming in that's a little bit bittersweet. Like a little bit hard to chew, but necessary, right? Like I've said, it's like, okay, this isn't exactly what I want, but it's necessary for whatever reason. Like I have to do it, or I have to deal with it, right? And then because of that, the lunar eclipse opposes this and basically brings it to light and is like, hey, this is a big deal for whatever reason. So whatever news, revelation, situation is really, really bringing something to light here, and also has to do with your 8th house, because Mercury rules this lunar eclipse, and Mercury's in your 8th house of finances, shared resources, other people's money. And so then the very next day on the 15th, Mercury then goes retrograde. Okay, so we have the Saturn Sun conjunction. Then we have the lunar eclipse opposing it. Like, look here, I'm showing you something. This is a big deal. It's like something that we need. It's like something that we have to accept or surrender to, or something that we need to change, or something we may feel like we need to change, but we can't. And at the same time, it's like, oh shit, maybe I need to rethink this, right? Maybe I need to go back and rethink this. So it's like some kind of plan that you had, or something that, you know, something that happens makes you go back and rethink something or redo something in some way, because Mercury goes retrograde the very next day. So the way that I see this playing out for some of you, and these are just examples, I'm not saying this is exactly what's going to happen, right? Let's say you have children and your child ends up going through a breakup, right? But somehow that really ends up impacting plans that you had, right? Like, in some way, like maybe your child was living with you, and then now they are going through a breakup because Saturn rules your 5th house here, and it's being exposed to you, and you're realizing like, holy shit, my child is now going through a breakup. They were living with me. So now that is going to cost me more money because their partner is moving out. And so like now we need to redo the finances, right? Or shit, I just spent, money, or I just spent my taxes on something else. And so wait, now I need to go back and redo this, right? Now for some of you, you could find out that maybe somebody maybe you have like joint custody, right? And the other parent ended up screwing you and filing and claiming them on their taxes. And so then you're like, you find out and this affects you, and you're like, holy shit. And you want to be impulsive and react, right? And so now you have to rethink things and go back and do your taxes, right? Or like I said in the beginning, for some of you, this could be, like I said, with Mercury in your 8th house, those first, that first like 3rd to the 15th, you could be like, you know what? I am feeling ballsy. I am realizing that I have been suppressing my opinion and my truth about certain financial arrangements, or maybe a divorce I'm going through, or like whatever. So I'm finally going to say something. I am finally going to say something. and you finally speak your truth, right, to maybe like your ex or whatever, and then what do? They end up deciding to buckle down and file and basically file a restraining order on you or something, or decide to buckle down and ask for full custody of your children or something, and then you're like, holy shit, this is like, you find out around that Sun Saturn thing, and then it, into the lunar eclipse, and then Mercury goes retrograde, and you're like, shit, why did I say something? You know what I mean? Like, why did I react like that? Now I have to go back and rethink this and redo everything, and redo paperwork and contact my lawyer and like all of this. Now, obviously, I'm sorry. I know some of those are like really bad examples, and I'm really not trying to scare you. It's probably not going to be that dramatic for most of you. Okay. So don't worry. So just examples off the top of my head. I mean, for some of you guys, this could just be like, you're in a relationship, right? And something happens to your partner, right? Like your partner goes through something, and their job maybe lays them off or something, and then now you have to kind of think about how you're going to fix this, and then how you're going to fix this financially, and all of that, right? Like it just could be, and again, it may not even be that serious. Maybe they just, they're going through a health issue, so they have to take time off, right? And so now you have to kind of serve them, be somewhat of their caregiver, but also reflect on how you're going to deal with this financially with bills, and how you guys are going to, split the bills and all of that, etc. So again, there's like, extreme cases, and then there's not so extreme cases. And it, it may not even be bad for some of you. For some of you, this could be a good thing. Like you go through a mutual, kind of, what am I thinking of? A mutual goodbye with someone, like splitting of path with someone. And now you're like, yay, like I get to let that go, focus on me, lunar eclipse in your first house. I get to do what I want with my life now. And now, though, I do have to, go back and kind of rethink what I want to do with my finances, with my life, with, what I really want out of life now. And it's a good thing. It's a healthy thing, So it could play out in multiple different ways, but those are just examples. But let me know down below if you feel like any of that is like resonating for you, or what you do think you could see with this. But we're not done yet. Okay. So from the 22nd to the 24th, we are going to have the sun by that point will be in Aries, and we're going to have the Venus and Mercury cazimi. So we're going to have the Venus cazimi on the 22nd. The sun was going to be moving across Venus, and these 2 days, those couple days, the 22nd to the 24th, are going to be very much important, because they are giving us clarity around the story of these retrogrades. By this point, we should have a pretty good idea about what is happening here, what needs to change here. We're starting to realize what we want. We're starting to realize what this is all about, why this is necessary, why this is needed. And so from the 22nd to the 24th, we're realizing kind of like more puzzle pieces. We're getting more clarity. Oh, I realize now what I really want, or I'm getting clear now on what I really want in the direction I want to go in, and it's not the way that I was going before. Or I realize what's changing now here, or I realize what, like you get news from, financial news or something, and it's like, okay, this feels a little bit more aligned with me, or I know it needs to change now in some way, right? And so watch for those days. It could even be like the 21st to the 24th, but like watch for those days, because those are going to be really important on adding context, clarity, and more of the story and puzzle pieces to what these retrogrades are about. Now, on the 27th, Venus is then going to retrograde back into Pisces, and this is going to be very, very different than Venus in Aries, because Venus is exalted in Pisces. So this really brings out a very magical woo-woo kind of Venus, where she can be more focused on creativity and magic and imagination and relaxing and rest and letting go and receiving. And so those are the transits that you may notice. Now, Venus will retrograde in your 7th house. And so this could definitely be about love from the past, okay? Love affairs, old relationships, people from the past, even old friendships. It doesn't even have to be romantic, but it likely will be. This is going to be about certain karmic cycles to do with relationships, or to do with the past in some way, or your love life, or your partnerships, or, the people in your life, right? And Saturn's there too, and Saturn rules your fifth house of love as well. And so, and your 5th house of children. So this could even be about your relationship with your children too. But either way, there is this reflecting on what you really want out of a relationship, or reflecting on relationships in the past and patterns and karmic cycles there. This is also very much about the people in your life now and what they want, and they could have a change of heart, or they could have a change of direction in their own life in some way. And so anyways, it's going to be a very, very interesting time for you as a Virgo rising. A lot of relationship stuff coming up here, and redirection coming up here, and what you share with other people, and what's owed to you, and what you owe, and all of that is going to be really huge this month. Like giving and taking, receiving and giving, right, is going to be a huge kind of theme. The karmic flow of energy, where you're putting your energy, and where you feel like you are putting too much energy into something, etc. So okay, then on the 29th, Mercury, your chart ruler, will then also go retrograde in Pisces. Well, it's already retrograde, but it will move back into the sign of Pisces. And this is not that great, as Mercury doesn't like being in Pisces since it's your opposite sign. It's farthest from you, where it's at home. So poor Mercury. But Mercury's got to navigate the foggy, mystical waters of Pisces. And so this is going to be a lot about you coming to terms with acceptance, trust, surrender, closure, karmic cycles, letting go, learning to have faith, learning to trust other people, and trust that they know what's best for them, that you don't need to figure everything out for them. Like trust in their path, trust in their divinity. I think that sometimes it's very easy to look at other people and see their shortcomings and forget that they are also divine beings. And this could be a big lesson with some of this for you this year, Virgo risings, like trust in their own divinity, trust in their own higher self, right? Guiding them. You don't have to figure out the way all the time, right? And so anyway, what's really crazy is that also on the 29th, we have the Aries solar eclipse, which really kind of starts us in this massive new beginning happening in the sign of Aries, in your 8th house, of other people's money, debt, resources, relationships with other people, the give and take with other people, power dynamics, all these things that we've been going over, the occult and occult practices and all of that. So with this solar eclipse happening here, this is huge because the very next day on March 30th, Neptune is then moving in Aries, and Neptune has been in Pisces for 14 years. This will be its first time moving in Aries in our lifetime. And so Neptune will move into your 8th house and start this massive, massive new era for you, okay? And this is going to be huge. You are going to be really reflecting on what you truly want, what you truly dream about, fantasize about in terms of your financial life, your financial matters. I think Neptune coming through here could dissolve a lot of past conflicts, old karmic contracts that you have been struggling with for some time for a lot of you. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out for you. And I went into a lot more detail about that transit in my 2025 horoscope. So anyways, thank you guys so much, Virgo risings. I appreciate you. Comment down below, sexy Virgo risings, if you made it this far. And yeah, let me know how you're feeling this. Let me know what you think a lot of these transits are going to be about for you this month. I would really, really love to hear your feedback. And yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. What is up, my lovely Libra risings, and welcome to your March 2025 horoscope, one of the most craziest months of the year, no doubt. Okay, so buckle up. It's especially crazy for you guys, and I'm going to show you why. You should be able to see my screen now, so let's go ahead and jump into this chaos, okay, because it's a lot. This month is going to be a lot for you about your 6th house, as we have a ton of transits moving through your 6th this month, but we also have a lot going on in your 7th. And so there's going to be this massive focus, and these 2 houses could even be telling a story. Maybe they're connected. We'll go over different examples and stuff as well in a little bit. But either way, this month seems to be a lot about relationships, other people, agreements. What is going on in that relationship life, Libra? What is going on in that relationship life? What agreements have you been making with other people? What have you needed other people for in the recent months, right? What has been going on in terms of your relationship life or your relationship with other people, your social life, right? This could be your marriage, this could be friendships, this could be clients, this could be partners, like, so many different things here. And with your ruling planet, Venus being one of the big stars of the show this month, and Venus being your first house ruler, your chart ruler, and she's going to be going retrograde, this is a massive reversal for you. This is a massive reflecting, rethinking, reversing on certain paths that you may have been going down involving other people in some way. This is a massive kind of reflecting on what is true for you in terms of your relationships. What do you actually want versus where have you just been going with the flow or compromising or doing the fair thing or whatever the case may be. Now, I think, a lot of you guys could even feel some of this playing out with your 8th house too, since Venus also rules your 8th house of Taurus. So there could be finances involved, contracts involved, resources involved, things like this as well. And I know relationships has already been a massive theme for you guys, the last year or so, as we've had eclipses in your sign and your opposite sign of Aries. So we've had a lot of karmic stuff kind of coming to a head with your relationships anyway. I think this is kind of closing that out, so to say, in a really big way. So it could be bringing back around themes from last year that you kind of went through, lessons that you kind of learned last year could be coming full circle. All in all, I don't think this is going to be like a super painful Venus retrograde. Yes, she's in her detriment in Aries, but she will eventually move back to her exaltation as she moves back into Pisces. But I think that you are going to be reflecting on confidence, independence, individuality, freedom in relationships, peace versus conflict in relationships, doing what you want versus compromising with other people to do what you want. All things like this are going to be kind of thought. And when Venus goes retrograde, she's basically going back to meet up with the sun. She's then going to, they're going to pass each other again. She's going to be kind of reborn and go through this rebirth phase in your 6th house of Pisces. And so it's like whatever you are reversing, whatever you're going back to, whatever you are rethinking or having to kind of change the course on, it's like you're having a change of heart, or people around you are to some degree, okay, in certain situations in your life. And with Venus being so much about agreements and promises and contracts and negotiations, I really see this as renegotiating certain boundaries within relationships, or renegotiating certain terms in your life with other people or with what you really want, or reestablishing certain standards that you have for yourself in your relationships, reestablishing what you actually want in a relationship, reestablishing relationship dynamics, with this being your 7th house again. Bringing up themes of trust, bringing up themes of, like I said, freedom, independence, confidence, basically action, right? In relationships, taking action. And so I think with Venus, your ruling planet, your chart ruler going retrograde, this is you really rethinking who you're in bed with, who you're involved with, what you want, what's good for you versus what's good for everybody else. Where have you maybe been keeping the peace in certain situations, or like just going along with certain situations with other people just to keep the peace? And that could definitely be changing. This may be a massive revelation and rebirth for you in the upcoming months, where you come back to your own sense of sovereignty, your own sense of independence, your own sense of confidence, your own ability to be direct and less compromising, right? You're coming back to a sense of confidence, right? When it comes to other people, when it comes to your relationships, when it comes to how other people see you. This could also have a lot to do with your appearance, your body, your health, with Venus ruling your ascendant. So some of this could also be kind of pointing back to that. Like, where are you potentially more focused on what other people think or how other people are going to see you, rather than just putting yourself out there and, being ballsy and being courageous and being direct and being, honest, etc. Like, these are all the different themes I think that many of you guys could be noticing this month as Venus goes retrograde, basically right on the 1st, on March 1st or 2nd, depending on where you are in the world. Venus is going to retrograde. Okay, and she's going to be retrograde in Aries for most of the month. So she's bringing up this topic of relationships, your relationships and agreements with other people, where peace may need to be broken for the sake of your own peace, right? For the sake of your own peace, for the sake of your own balance within, right? It's like you can't You can't fight wars for other people. You can't go to, like, you can't basically go to war with yourself just to please other people, right? A huge quote that I love is basically like, when you avoid conflict externally, you create it internally, right? And so it's like, this is addressing external conflicts or external situations in which you feel frustrated, or you feel like you have potentially given a lot but not gained a lot. Okay, where you feel like you are getting the short end of the stick, or where maybe you've just been holding certain things back, or not like been able to express yourself freely, or maybe you have expressed yourself very freely, and maybe you did make some really big, ballsy, courageous moves, you know, that were very impulsive, and then now you're rethinking them for some of you, right? So these are like some of the different ways that I think this Venus retrograde can really play out here. But again, it's bringing up those topics of confidence in yourself versus confidence in your relationship, like balance and agreements with other people versus the agreements that you have with yourself, right? The standards that you have for yourself, keeping the peace within versus, you know, conflict externally. You know, we could also see Mars in your 10th house being kind of drug into this, since Mars is the ruler of Aries, your 7th, and it's in your 10th. So you've been really thinking a lot about your future and the actions that you want to take on your big long-term goals, your future, where you're going, your direction in life, what's near and dear to your heart, the goals that you have for your legacy, for, you know, your family, for your relationships, for your financial situations, your assets, the things that you know, want to own and have and possess, right? And then, you know, with Mars being in fall, though, in Cancer, it's likely been a little bit of a tough time where you've had to face a lot of challenges and setbacks with authority figures, or in your career, or with your long-term goals, and things not really coming into fruition as smoothly as you wish them to. But don't worry, by June, that is going to change, because Jupiter is going to move into Cancer in June, and Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. So Jupiter is going to clean up a lot of the leftover issues that Mars kind of leaves behind. Okay, so, but either way, it is bringing in this topic of like, what do you really want for your future? What does your heart really want for your future? You know, in terms of safety, security, all of that. And how are your relationships and your resources and finances involved with that? How's your social life and your agreements with other people involved in that, right? So it's a lot. There's a lot going on, and Venus is kind of the star of the show this month in a lot of ways. And it's also eclipse season, and we're going to have Mercury retrograding basically in the same place as Venus, and it's just a lot. So let's go ahead and get into it. Like I said, Venus goes retrograde on March 1st or 2nd, depending on where you are in the world. Okay, and she's going to retrograde in your 7th house of relationships, really bringing up this topic, like I said, of agreements, confidence, independence in your social life and your relationships with other people. When Venus goes retrograde, a reversal starts to happen. You may not notice this right on March 1st or 2nd, but as this retrograde builds, you're going to start kind of rethinking certain things, the direction that you were going in. You're going to start kind of potentially rethinking it, or noticing some issues with how you were doing things. Like, things are going to become clear. You're going to want to get realigned with what's really true for you and what really feels good and balanced and harmonious for you. And that's going to be really the name of the game with this Venus retrograde. So then on the 3rd, we're going to have Mercury then move into the sign of Aries, again, your 7th house. Mercury in Aries brings this kind of ballsy, edgy, controversial take on communication, conversation, opinions, debates. So this is getting very, very direct with your words, with communication, etc. You could definitely find around this time that it's a lot easier to get into arguments with other people, or it's a lot easier to kind of get into some kind of drama or heated debates or heated opinions, heated conversations with other people at this time. But you also may find that it's easier to express your truth. And if you are in a relationship, if you are with a partner already, you may find that they are a lot more busy or a lot more active or getting a lot more done around this time with Mercury and Aries, okay? So then the big kind of plot twist is right at the middle of the month. We're going to have Saturn and the Sun coming into their conjunction in Pisces, right as the Virgo lunar eclipse is forming. And this is huge, okay? So right around the 12th give or take a day, depending on where you are. Remember, could start to see this a little bit before the 12th or maybe even a little bit after, but Saturn and the Sun are going to come into their conjunction here, okay? And this is a very kind of sobering energy. This energy is like, whoa, okay, yeah, like I kind of see this, and it's very serious and it's very sobering, and it's like kind of like a wake up call, reality check kind of energy, but it's very necessary, right? It's very necessary for our growth. It's very necessary for our nourishment. It's very necessary for potentially some kind of transparency or accountability or responsibility in our lives, okay? Now, what could this have to do with? This could very much have to do with your 6th house of health, your 6th house of work, your 6th house of your day-to-day routines, how you take care of yourself, your responsibilities, duties, tasks on a day-to-day basis that need to get done. So with this conjunction happening right around the 12th, you are seeing this very sobering, wake the fuck up kind of energy. There's some kind of revelation, realization, news, or situation that really comes to your attention that could be about your health or your job or your work or some kind of day-to-day routine or task, potentially even pets or animals. Hopefully everything is all right, just because the 6th house can rule like our pets, because again, that is a responsibility, that is a duty, that is a task. It is where we care for other things or other things care for us. It's kind of like a caregiving energy, but where we do that to ourselves and for others, right? It's a house of service, right? And also taking care of ourselves, right? Like making sure that this is kind of like the hard work that we don't want to do, the mundane work that we usually don't necessarily want to do, right? But with this being your 6th house, an example of this could be like you finally have this sobering realization because of certain consequences that like it's time to change your diet, or it's time to finally get back into yoga because you're having like a, some kind of energetic thing happening, or, it's time to get back to the chiropractor, or, like whatever the case may be. There could be like a sudden sobering like kind of revelation or awakening to some extent, or even just some news that really pushes you to take some kind of responsibility with your health, your job, or your day-to-day task or routine, to kind of own up to something that maybe you've been trying to escape or run from or play the victim with, or maybe you've been emotionally overwhelmed by it, right? With it being in Pisces. And so it's important to remember with Pisces is that everything is connected. So if you're having some issue with some part of your body, it could be connected to this other thing going on over here, some kind of emotional stress that you're dealing with, or some kind of emotional overwhelm at work. It's like everything kind of connects this month in some weird way. And so with that being said, first, we have this kind of sobering epiphany, right, with Saturn and the Sun. That's right around the 12th. Then on the 14th, we have, like I said, the Virgo lunar eclipse, and that's going to be opposing this Saturn-Sun conjunction in Pisces in your 6th house, really bringing in this kind of bomb drop with a lunar eclipse, exposing this, like something has been hidden behind the scenes with this lunar eclipse happening in your 12th and happening so close to the South Node and opposing the Sun and Saturn. This is like a hard-hitting wake-up call where we are having to basically get serious and get very kind of analytical and really pay attention to some details about potentially something that we have been looking the other way about, or something that we've not wanted to take or claim responsibility for or accountability for in some way. This is like really pointing to you in some way that there's potentially some kind of habit or addiction, whether it be conscious or subconscious in some way. There's something happening here that has been potentially going on behind the scenes, but that is also affecting your day-to-day life in some way. But either way, it's like this lunar eclipse happening right around the 14th is getting very serious about it. It is very, very much showing you something and exposing something here with some kind of sobering news that we must pay attention to. And there's going to be this energy with the Virgo lunar eclipse of like paying attention to the facts, the details, and making sure that we are really actually looking at them and addressing them and analyzing them, and not just, basically ignoring it, right? And so this is also bringing up kind of these topics of control versus surrender, like having control over something versus surrendering to something. Now, what I think this could be about is something to do with, again, Mercury here in your 7th house of relationships. Ties into this because number one, it rules this Virgo lunar eclipse happening, but also the very next day on the 15th, Mercury then goes retrograde in Aries as well. Okay, so we have a lunar eclipse happening in Virgo, ruled by Mercury, opposing the Sun and Saturn in your 6th house of health, wellness, your day-to-day tasks, duties, responsibilities, job. And then the very next day, Mercury goes retrograde, right? So what this looks like to me is some kind of really sobering revelation news. And I'm not trying to scare you guys. I don't want to scare you guys. I don't, so I hope I'm not like, I hope I'm not doing that. I don't think this is something that, you need to necessarily be scared of. You likely have already seen some things building to this, but it's like there's some kind of like, acceptance, surrender, revealing, sobering moment here that is like, okay, I need to accept responsibility for this, or I need to accept this, even though it's kind of bittersweet, right? And then on top of it, the universe is really shining a light on this. It's some kind of like releasing our closure with the lunar eclipse. It's kind of like a peak moment, a very karmic peak moment that really changes the direction, because the very next day Mercury changes direction. It's like, okay, because of that, we gotta go this way now, and so Mercury then starts moving backward, right? So for some of you, this could have to do with a partner, with Mercury being in the 7th house. For others of you, it's like maybe there was something you were moving forward with a partner, and then you get this like huge kind of like, news with work that is like, boom, very sobering. And you're like, holy shit, I need to get my shit together. This is kind of like a, I need to get my shit together moment. Okay. And then you're like, okay, I can't worry about, all this right now. I got to start, I got to do something else. Right. Like some of you, like maybe some of you guys were talking to someone and there was this agreement that you guys were going to like start dating soon, or that you guys were going to have like a trip planned or something, celebration planned or something. And then it's like you get this like sobering news, or you have this like major aha moment to do with your health or your work or whatever, something that is your responsibility that needs to be taken care of. And you realize that this is something that you really need to take care of. And it's like, okay, I'm going to have to postpone what we were doing, or I'm going to have to postpone this trip. Whatever this is very karmic though. Okay, it's very karmic. So I believe that there's a reason. So it may not all make sense at first, right? Jupiter ruling this, Sun, Saturn conjunction being in Gemini, it's probably not going to make sense right away. It's probably not. It's probably going to be a little bit like, oh my God, why is this happening? Like you're not going to have the exact answers. Plus with Mercury being in Aries, I mean, you may get some answers, right? Like Aries is very direct and upfront. So you may get some answers, but you're also going to have to slow down or retrace things or go back or change direction to get all of those answers, or to make something work, or to change something, right? Maybe there's a work project that you've been working on and you thought you were going to be able to have it done at this date, and you agreed with somebody, the buyer, or, whoever, like you were working on a project for someone and you told them I can have it done by this date. And then you get some kind of like news or something and it sets you back and it delays you, and you realize like, okay, I need to completely rearrange how I'm doing things. Like maybe you've been a little bit of a mess in terms of your responsibilities or your work or your organization. Like maybe you haven't been like really taking care of yourself or your health or your wellness. And that comes up during this time. And it's kind of like a sobering wake the fuck up moment where you're like, okay, I need to get my shit together if I want to keep moving forward. And so I'm going to have to delay something or backtrack. Or for some of you, this could have to do with another person, right? It could have to just do with like a partner or another person in your life where they have to kind of backtrack or reverse things, or where they have to renegotiate or something like that, right? So this is kind of the mid-month plot twist that looks really crazy for those few days. Basically, I'd say probably from about like the 11th to the 15th, when Mercury goes retrograde, like those few days are going to be kind of the moment where we are really realizing that we are no longer headed in the direction that we were headed in, or where we are really realizing that there's still a lot of unfinished things from the past or whatever that need to be closed out before we can really fully move forward. And so that's going to be really the kind of plot twist of the month. But there's still just so much other craziness going on this month. I also feel like from the 22nd to the 24th, we're going to have the Mercury and Venus cazimi. The sun will be in Aries by this point, and it will first move across Venus on the 22nd and then across Mercury on the 24th. Anytime this happens during the Venus or Mercury retrograde, the sun is really exposing a huge piece of the puzzle on what these retrogrades would be about, okay, or are about. So we start kind of realizing what's going on. We start getting a more clear picture about what we want, what's going on, what needs to change. Like we get very clear on these times. So I think around the 22nd, from like the 22nd to the 24th, you're going to be finally kind of getting a lot of clarity. And I think you're going to know pretty darn well by that time what's going on, what lessons are at play here, and what you are changing or what needs to change, etc. around this time, okay? So then on the 27th, Venus retrograde will move back into Pisces in your 6th house of health, wellness, your job, work, day-to-day routines. So when Venus moves back into your 6th house, she will immediately conjunct Neptune and then basically the node. So with Venus retrograde on Neptune, and then on the node, I really think and Venus now being in Pisces, which is where she's exalted. This is so much better for you with Venus being your chart ruler, with her being in Pisces now, because she's way more comfortable here than she is in your opposite sign. So this part of the retrograde, I think is going to feel a lot better than the first part of the retrograde. I think that by this part of the retrograde, you are going to be really honestly wanting to focus on your health and your wellness and getting your shit together in terms of this area of your life, your 6th house. You're going to want to be letting go. Maybe you're going to be getting into some kind of healing, some kind of cleanse, some kind of detox. You're going to really be doing something to really help you purify this space in your life, okay? This could be letting go of work that's no longer aligned with you, or, health-related things that are no longer aligned with you. This could be really focused on different alternative types of healing, clearing karma, helping others, I think that you're going to get very creative and imaginative and way more in tune with the energetic space of your body and your life. And if what you're doing on a day-to-day basis is really truly aligned with you energetically and on a soul level, if you really feel like you are aligned in that area, and if it feels fulfilling on a day-to-day basis, Venus retrograde here is helping you realign this area and clean up this area of your life so you can really make a lot of profound change in this area and feel way better and more equipped to handle your life and handle life in general because of it, okay? So Venus moves back into Pisces on the 27th, and then on the 29th, Mercury will then retrograde back into Pisces as well, where he will be in his fall, okay? And so Mercury does not like to be in Pisces, so this will definitely be a time where you are more so learning to let go, learning to receive, learning to surrender, learning to get maybe back into a practice or habit of prayer or meditation, spiritual practices that really help you communicate and express things in a more aligned way, right? In a way that feels more in alignment with your health and wellness, and that feels, again, more fulfilling here on a soul level, right? That's what this time is going to be about. And so that's going to be really interesting. And then with that, also on the 29th, we have the solar eclipse happening in the sign of Aries, again in your 7th house. This is going to be huge, okay? This is not only starting massive new chapters, but ending old ones. Like I said, it's really bringing full circle moments from last year and lessons from last year that you had already been kind of learning to do with your relationships and what you really truly want in relationships and relationship dynamics, and how to express yourself with other people, or kind of what you go after in terms of your relationships and in your social life. And so with this solar eclipse happening here in your 7th house, this is a massive ending and new beginning, because the very next day we will have Neptune then moving into Aries and moving into Aries for the first time of our lifetimes, okay? Neptune takes a long, long time to move around the zodiac. It's been in Pisces for the last 14 years. So this is what we've gotten kind of used to, is Neptune in your 6th house, but then Neptune moves into your 7th house of relationships, and we start this massive new era with Neptune kind of, influencing your relationship. So what does your dream relationship look like? What does your ideal relationship look like? These things are going to be really, really, really a huge, huge focus for you over the, starting at the very end of March and, for most of the rest of the year until Neptune retrogrades back into Pisces in October. It's really giving you a preview of what the next little over a decade is going to be like for you with Neptune in your 7th house. So let me know down below, Libra, how you are feeling about this month, how you are feeling about all of that. It's a very, very big month for you. So, and keep me updated. I'm really, really interested to hear about how you guys are already kind of feeling this, or what you think this is going to be about, as a Libra rising. And then, yeah, comment down below, sexy Libra rising. If you watched all the way through, you are a badass. I really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Scorpio risings, welcome to your March horoscope for the month ahead. I am a little bit just fucked up right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you, because I basically just recorded and finished and these last 4 signs, and come to find out, my mic was muted, and so now I'm redoing them. It's been hours. I was actually in the middle of editing it to get it up by tomorrow for you guys, and realized the last 4 signs have no sound. So now I'm sitting back down late as fuck at night to get this done for you guys, because I don't even know how that happened, okay? But anyways, so welcome to March. Welcome to motherfucking March. Basically, the month is gonna be like this, okay? And yes, I cuss, whoop-de-doo. So this month, we have a lot going on in your 5th house and your 6th house. This is very much about, what does your soul desire? Getting back to a sense of purpose, passion, getting back to a sense of fulfillment in your life, getting back to a sense of pleasure, having faith in the things that you love, trusting in the things that you love, trusting in your heart, right? Trusting in your intuition. This could be a month where you are doing a lot of healing, a lot of inner child work, finding a lot of passions, or getting back to a lot of passions to do with spirituality or otherworldly stuff or creative endeavors, etc. And on top of that, this month is also very much about your 6th house, about your work, your health, and your day-to-day routines, and addressing challenges, upheavals, conflicts, and issues in your 6th house arena. So we start off the month with Venus going retrograde on March 1st or 2nd, depending on where you are in the world. And Venus is going to retrograde again in your 6th house of Aries, okay? So this is very much about you getting back to what you truly want, what you truly desire, especially in terms of your work, health, and wellness, and your day-to-day routines, okay? What do you actually want here? What are you really ambitious about here? What makes you feel the most confident here? Where have you been slacking, right? So with Venus going retrograde, this is you really reflecting on these things in your life, you really coming to some kind of again, because she's going to be retrograding back towards Pisces, you know what I mean? It's you're really reflecting, I think, on if your job, if your health, if your routines, if your tasks on a day-to-day basis really actually bring you fulfillment. If you're really passionate about the things that you're doing, right? And, Pisces even can be self-sacrificial. And so at times it's we can give up the things that we actually want for a greater purpose or something like that. So for some of you, this could be that too. But it's very much coming back to, what you actually want and desire, and what your truth is, and a sense of independence, ambition, confidence, and freedom in terms of your work, health, and day-to-day routines. With Venus here, this could be social conflicts with coworkers or bosses, or, aggravations with your work environment, or the policies at your job with Mars, ruling over your 6th house, right? And so those are just examples of how this could be involved. Agreements, contracts that you have in terms of work, health, and day-to-day routines that you're now kind of reflecting on, or potentially going through a reversal of how you feel about it, right? In some way, shape, or form. So it's Are you, like, have you been potentially, aligned with the way that you've been taking care of yourself, your duties, your life, your job, your schedule, things like this, right? And so I think that's what this Venus retrograde is really going to be about for you. And then in the middle of the month, we have this huge pivot happening here because Saturn and the Sun are getting together for their conjunction on March 12th. Okay. And this is a very sobering transit. It's a very sobering, kind of serious revelation or situation or realization to some extent. And this could be coming together for you to really kind of let go of something, realize something, have some kind of epiphany, especially in terms of your heart's desires, your interest, your inspiration, maybe something to do with your children, love, romance, dating, things like this. It's like really coming to some kind of spiritual surrender, spiritual reckoning here. And this is even more highlighted by this Virgo lunar eclipse that's going to be opposing the Saturn-Sun conjunction just a day and a half later on March 14th, really bringing it to light, right? This is like, hey, where have you allowed maybe other people or your fears of perfectionism or the lack of control or other people to kind of dictate your own creativity, your own imagination, or what's going to really fulfill you, or what really is going to inspire you in some way? Where have you allowed the perceived perfectionism of other people, or like this imaginary audience in your head of like what's perfect, what's not, like criticize you and hold you back from the things that you really desire, the things that you really love in your life? And so this is kind of a moment of a massive kind of karmic closure happening here, and a massive kind of huge highlight happening here that really kind of changes things as you are coming to this kind of sobering revelation and maybe taking accountability for something or taking responsibility for something. And then this ends up showing that the very next day on March 15th, Mercury goes retrograde, and Mercury rules this lunar eclipse. So whatever this lunar eclipse is bringing to light with this Saturn-Sun conjunction is really making you rethink things, especially in terms of your job, your health, your wellness, your routines, how you want to serve in your life, and if you're really on the right track or not, right? So, and this is where you really, I think that like the rethinking and the reversal of direction really starts coming in for you as a Scorpio rising. Is your job really aligned with who you are, your identity, what you want, all of that, right? Is it aligned with your ethics, your morals, your values, your beliefs, your worldviews? Okay. These are the different kinds of things that could be coming up for you like mid-month as we have this huge catalyst happening. Okay. And it's like all about, again, you getting clear on what you really desire and what you really want. Okay. And like what you really want to create in the world. This could be, with all this Pisces energy, again, this could be you getting back to certain passions that involve spirituality or wellness or healing or serving other people or helping other people in some way, creativity, creative projects, art, things like this. But if you're always worried about what other people are going to think about it or other people criticizing it so much so that you hold yourself back from even doing it or allowing yourself to do it, then how are you ever going to get anywhere, right? This could also be you finally putting something that you've been creating out into the world, right? Or a massive, kind of peak moment happening with that in some way, shape, or form. And so it's a really, really interesting time from the 12th to the 15th. And you really want to pay attention to it because whatever is coming up, whatever is being realized around that time really causes a massive pivot. And it causes this kind of reversal of energy, even more so happening in your sixth house, right? And with Mercury in your sixth house anyway, you're going to be feeling more feisty with your communication, with your opinions, with potentially like, speaking up to a boss or like debating with coworkers, or, like you're going to find it way more easier to speak your truth. It's going to be like really easy to just say what you mean and not worry about what other people have to say about it. But the problem is that Mercury is going to retrograde. So you may be rethinking some impulsive things that you may have said, or you just may be rethinking in general if you need to be more direct with your communication where you haven't maybe been speaking your truth, or where you need to kind of voice your opinions more, etc. Right? It just could be different for different ones of you. Now, from the 22nd to the 24th, we're going to have the sun, or we're going to have the Mercury and Venus cazimis, okay? The sun's going to be in Aries by that time, and it's going to cross Venus, and then it's going to cross Mercury, which is going to give us a lot of clarity on what these retrogrades are about. So by the 22nd to the 24th, there's going to be a lot of clarity on what the story, the lessons, and the, you know, different topics that these retrogrades are bringing up for us. Like, we're going to pretty much know by that time a lot of what this is about, okay? And then on the 27th, we are going to have Venus retrograding back into Pisces and out of Aries. And this is a lot better. When Venus goes into Pisces, retrogrades back into Pisces, she's exalted here. So she likes to be here. This is going to make this space a lot more magical for you, a lot more creative, a lot more mystical, a lot more imaginative. And you may find yourself really diving into, you know, your imagination, to creative pursuits, to, you know, pursuits that involve fantasy, or, you know, losing yourself in a book, or creating some kind of music, or writing some kind of fairy tale, or, you know, getting into the imagination and creativity is going to be huge, okay? You're going to be kind of rekindling with maybe old inspirations, old skills, old creative, you know, projects, you know, like all of these different things. And then also, you know, reflecting on potentially your love life, your relationship with your children, your heart's desires, your relationship with pleasure and entertainment and sexuality as well, you know, are all things that could come up here when Venus goes retrograde from Aries and back into Pisces, okay? So then on the 29th, we're going to have Mercury move back into Pisces as well. Mercury is going to retrograde back into Pisces. And this is not as fun of a transit because Mercury is in fall in Pisces. So this is going to be very much about trusting your intuition and your feelings and your faith rather than having the facts, logic, or data to back it up. Okay, so this definitely is going to be great for going back and rethinking and redoing certain things, especially projects, creative projects, etc. Not so great for, you know, keeping things very orderly or organized or on time or perfecting things. Again, Mercury retrograding in Pisces does not do very well. So this is more about trusting your intuition and, you know, all of that rather than things being very logical and clear around that time, okay? Also on the 29th, we're going to have the Aries solar eclipse, and this is going to be huge as it is wrapping up massive cycles from last year and part of 2023 as well. So you could find kind of full circle lessons coming around that Aries solar eclipse at the end of March, around March 29th. And then also the very next day, we're going to have Neptune moving into Aries after 14 years of being in Pisces, okay? And so this is so huge. This is a huge new era starting in your 6th house of work, your health, your day-to-day routines, your wellness. This is going to be such a big deal for you over the following months as you are stepping into a new era with this. You are embracing new ideologies, you are embracing a new dream in terms of what you actually desire for this area of your life. You may be getting into different methods and alternative methods that you never thought you would get into. This is like an awakening that is happening with your health, work, and day-to-day routines. You're going to want to be way more of service or work towards some bigger ideology rather than just like, you know, something small when it comes to the work that you're doing in the world and the actions that you are taking and how you want to serve and how you want to, you know, the different goals that you have on a day-to-day basis. So that is what is coming this month in March. I really, really hate that I had to do this a second time because I don't remember much of what I said in the first time, but I know it was really good. And so I'm so mad that those videos are lost now. So, but I hope this was at least helpful, Scorpio risings. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate you. Comment down below, sexy Scorpio rising. If you watched up until this point, let me know what you are expecting this month, what you think some of these transits are going to be about for you. I'd really love to know. Keep me updated. Send this to your friends and family so they can be prepared for the month ahead. And yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Sag risings, welcome to your March 2025 horoscope for the month ahead. This is such an insane month, so buckle up, get prepared, let's talk about it. So As you can see here, you have a lot going on this month in your 4th and 5th house, which tells me this is a month where you may feel that your attention is more so pulled from the world and your career and your worldly achievements and all of that, and more focused on what is going on in your personal life, your private life, what is going on behind closed doors with your home and your family. You may feel more introverted this month. You may feel like you just want to pour more of your energy into your home life, into your personal life, into the things going on behind the scenes. And you may kind of just like, want to rest more or get away or spend more time at home and just like be more of a homebody if you can, as much as possible. This is definitely a time where you are a lot more focused on family matters, home matters, things to do with your living situation, your private life, your home life, etc. Okay. While there is also a focus on rekindling your ambition, your passion, your drive for a life, your heart's desires, your creativity, your sense of fun and freedom in the world, where you really find that sense of entertainment, pleasure, fun, and where life feels inspiring and good, right? And so it's like you're almost also really focused on kind of getting back to your own inner child in a way, or even spending time more with your children if you have children, or spending time with a lover, or going on dates, or focused on your romantic life as well. Okay, so these are some of the big themes that I think you're going to be noticing this month as we move throughout March. You may really also notice that there's some things going on as well with your relationships, as Jupiter is the ruler of your 4th house. So your relationship or your partnership or your marriage could equally be involved in the focus on home and family. Okay, also Mars being in your 8th house could equally be involved in some of these creative, fun, entertainment, childlike pursuits that are getting reignited this month with the Venus retrograde. For some of you, with the 5th and 8th house being kind of connected here, and the 4th and 7th house being connected here, I want to say some of you guys could even be dealing with like shared finances, shared resources, shared custody to do with children and matters pertaining to that as well. And really, kind of focusing on potential conflicts to do with that as well, and rethinking kind of agreements, rethinking, relationship dynamics, rethinking what you actually get out of certain situations that you may be involved in with other people, okay? And what you really want rather than it being just about what they want, So these are the different, some of the different ways that you could really see this coming up this month. There's also a massive chapter kind of closing out here or ending in terms of your career and in terms of your long-term goals, and your future and what you want out of life, your public image, your reputation, etc. So, there's something potentially closing out there as well with the lunar eclipse that we have happening there. And, also with Venus going retrograde this month and her ruling your 6th house and your 11th house, it could bring in certain conversations about your work, health, and wellness and day-to-day routines, and your friends, acquaintances, allies, etc. as well, and how maybe they are involved in a story that is kind of unfolding here. So either way, I feel like this is a month to really refresh and purify and cleanse and detox your home life. This can be energetically, this could be emotionally, this could be like getting rid of a bunch of clutter, getting rid of a bunch of old stuff. This could be, you spending just more time with your family, more quality time with your family. And, because of maybe personal situations going on for some of you, this is definitely a really, really great month to be like cleaning out your home, remodeling your home, redecorating your home. I would not say this is a good month to be like selling your home. This is a great month to get it ready to sell, okay, but not a great month to be selling your home. I would wait, until like, end of April for that, if that is what you were trying to do right now. Also, I would say this is a great month for getting back to, certain hobbies, certain, passions and interests that you love or that you desire that maybe you've gotten away from. Okay, like this is a month to reignite your fire, reignite your soul fire, like what really lights your soul up. And I think that's what you're going to be really thinking about this month, along with finding more independence, more freedom, more autonomy in terms of your love life and your relationships. You could even have, if you do have children, maybe your child is going through a phase where they are, wanting more independence or wanting more, wanting more freedom in their lives, or maybe they're even going through a phase where they're dealing with social situations at school with Venus ruling your 11th house, in some way, shape, or form as well. And maybe you're also reflecting on what you really love and what you're really passionate about, because maybe it involves your job somehow, or your work, or your health in some way, shape, or form. Okay, so those could be, definitely involved in some way too. Okay, so we start off the month with Venus going retrograde on the 1st or the 2nd, depending on where you are in the world, and she is going to start retrograding, okay? Now, when she goes retrograde, usually there's a reversal that happens. So basically, a direction that we were starting to go in, we kind of start going in a different direction, right? Like, we start realizing, wait, there's something about this path or this way or this direction that isn't quite what I feel aligned with anymore. It's like we start really rethinking what we want, what our values are, what's good for us, rather than what's good for everybody else, right? We start thinking about what we want and who we are, rather than what other people think and what other people want, right? And so this is definitely a month where you could find yourself getting a little bit like selfish in a very necessary way. So, and I don't think that's like a bad thing. Like, this is more so you getting self-focused on what really lights you up again, and what really like creates that drive in your life and that ambition in your life again, what you really love. This is in your 5th house. What do you love, right? Like, what is love to you? What do you love? What do you want for your life? What is all that, right? And so with Venus going retrograde, you may start realizing that like certain things that you've been doing have not really been what you want in some way, shape, or form, right? Or have not really been a part of what you actually like or are interested in anymore. Like, your interests could change, or you could, kind of come back around to old interests that you forgot about, right? Or that you had been neglecting, or maybe you haven't had much time for fun or love or any of that at all. And when Venus goes retrograde, you realize that your life's been pretty boring and you need to spice it up again, and you need to get back to doing the things that you love again and that really make you happy and that really bring you joy. Okay, and so these could be different things that you really see coming up with this Venus retrograde. And then on the 3rd, Mercury is going to move into Aries. And when Mercury moves into Aries, this is really a time where Mercury gets a lot more ballsy with its communication, with its words, and isn't afraid to say what it needs to say, even if it's sharp, even if it's edgy, even if it's controversial. Okay, and so we can start a lot of fights with our words without even meaning to, just because, it's just that fast, fiery energy that's coming out of our mouths and that we are taking action on, right? And so with Mercury in Aries as well, this could be you, again, really focusing on the different tasks, the different projects, the different things, the different interests that you enjoy, that you love: entertainment, pleasure, play, having fun, that inner child again, taking action or getting more active and going on certain adventures, etc. And so this definitely, though, could be a time where you do get a little bit more edgy in terms of your love life, in terms of, romantic situations, or maybe your child is starting to argue with you more, or there's some friction or tension there, or they're starting to say a lot more things that are edgy, things like that. So that's kind of the downside of it, but you are really going to find that you are wanting to speak your truth. But I will say that I wouldn't do anything impulsively from the 3rd until the 15th, and this is why. On the 12th, the Sun and Saturn are going to come into their conjunction in Pisces right around the same time that the Virgo lunar eclipse is forming in your 10th house, opposing this. This is a very strong, powerful aspect that we have building here. The Sun and Saturn really bring a sobering energy with it of acceptance, surrender, and kind of, basically accepting responsibility and accountability for something, or dealing with the consequences of something. That way we can face it and resolve it, right? I mean, this is in Pisces, so this is about facing something and letting something go, or facing something so that it dissolves, but it doesn't mean that it's not heavy in some way. So this could be some kind of epiphany, awakening, or news or situation that arises that really needs your attention, but that is also kind of heavy, or that you also have to take accountability for, or that you also have to own, or that adds some kind of responsibility to your load in some way. okay? Meanwhile, the Virgo lunar eclipse is also opposing it, bringing this massive light to it and saying that, hey, there are some things that are out of your control, and then there are some things that are in your control. What can you change versus what can't you change, okay? And so this is also very much related to your career, your life direction, your long-term goals, and your home and your family, right? And so this Sun Saturn conjunction, this sobering energy is coming in to do with your personal life, your home, your family, your roots in some kind of way. This could be, again, a realization or an external situation that happens of, again, that deals with some kind of like taking on of responsibility or serious situation, but that is very necessary in some way. And so with the Virgo lunar eclipse opposing it, it's kind of like, hey, like, I know that you are facing this or you have to do this, right? And again, there's this kind of polarity between what we can control and what we can't control, right? And having faith. And then the very next day on the 15th, because the Virgo lunar eclipse is on the 14th, the very next day on the 15th, Mercury then goes retrograde. And what's crazy about this is that Mercury rules Virgo. And so whatever this sobering information is that this lunar eclipse is highlighting and creating some kind of catalyst or pivot or massive change that we're having to kind of surrender to, then makes us change our mind or reflect or go back or rethink things, because Mercury then goes retrograde the next day. It's like, wait a second, this really adds kind of like a pause to our situation, because now we're having to go back and rethink things and redo things, right? And so what I think, some just random examples of how this could play out, right? So let's say that maybe, since this Sun-Saturn conjunction is happening in Pisces and Jupiter rules Pisces, let's say that your partner maybe all of a sudden tells you, you know what, I want to sell our house. I'm not happy here anymore. I want to move, right? But you're kind of like, wait, but I like it here. I feel in control here. Like, this is where I've always been. My career is here and I put so much into my career. But your partner's like, nope, like, I want to move. I want you to spend more time at home, or I want you to take on more responsibility at home. I will work, you stay home, or something along those lines. I don't know. And you're not too happy about this information, but you also kind of feel like you understand and kind of accept the information or accept this news. But then it causes this massive rethinking to happen of like, well, what, now that things are changing, what do I really want, right? Or what are my kids going to think about this? What are the kids going to think about this? Changing schools and things like that. Mercury retrograde in the 5th house, right? Or what do I really want? What am I going to be ambitious about now? You know what I mean? Now that I'm like staying home with family, you know what I mean? Things like this, right? Like, it's like some kind of big news or information that is very consequential or sobering really comes in and then causes us to kind of rethink the direction that we've been headed, or rethink, what we've been doing. And for you, potentially rethinking your career, your goals, your achievements, your legacy, and also what you really want out of life, what you really actually want to create in your life, and what's actually meaningful to you, what you actually love, right? And so this is really, really huge mid-month for you, Sag rising. So then from the 22nd to the 24th, we're going to have the Venus and Mercury Cazimis, as the sun is going to be in Aries by this point, and then move across Venus on the 22nd and then Mercury on the 24th. This is even more things getting revealed, especially to do with these these retrogrades of Venus and Mercury. Okay. By then we're going to have a very, very good idea and a lot of clarity about what these retrogrades are about. Okay. So then on the 27th, Venus retrograde will then move back into the sign of Pisces, where she is exalted. So this is going to feel a lot different than the Venus retrograde in Aries. She's a lot more relaxed in Pisces. She feels a lot better in Pisces. This is a lot more magical and mystical and imaginative and creative. So when Venus moves back into Pisces, you're going to be feeling those things, a lot of more magical, mystical, creative energy, like maybe bonding with your family more, a lot of nostalgia to do with your past or your childhood or your home life, or maybe you are, revisiting an old house that you grew up in, or going through old photo albums, or watching old movies, or, you know, whatever the case may be. Again, this is an excellent transit to, like, you know, remodel your home, or rearrange your home, or cleanse things out and really, you know, purify your house in some way with like some sage, or like a ritual, or like whatever. This is a really, really good transit for that. This is really reconnecting with your home and family, and the relationships within your home and family, and what you really want out of your personal life, and, you know, becoming more secure, comfortable in your personal life, and looking at your values here, looking at what really matters to you. And again, this is also bringing up your relationship, or your marriage, or your partnership. There could be a rethinking or renegotiating of terms with your marriage or with your partner, renegotiating of agreements here, agreements to do with your house as well, or your home as well for some of you. So yeah, there's just, those are some of the different ways it could play out. But then on the 29th, we're going to then have Mercury then retrograde back into Pisces as well. And this is not going to be as comfortable as a transit, as Mercury does not like being in Pisces, right? Mercury likes the facts, the details, the data. And in Pisces, it's very foggy. It can't see. It's more emotional. It's more intuitive. And so even though this is somewhat of a good time for rearranging, remodeling, redecorating, all of that, Mercury here may cause some issues, some setbacks, some delays, some confusion, some miscommunication, some misinformation, things like that. So I would just be prepared that it may not all go perfect, okay? There may be some mishaps, some mess ups, some things like that. Again, but this would be a really great time with Mercury retrograde, though, in Pisces in the 4th, to like find old pictures, or to find something that you thought you lost like a long time ago, or that disappeared like forever ago, you know, like that would be like perfect for this kind of energy. So also on the 29th, we have the massive Aries solar eclipse happening. It is only a partial eclipse, but still it's a big deal nonetheless. It's the last Aries solar eclipse, and it's really finishing out this last year and a half of eclipses that we've had in Aries. And so this is definitely like a major closing point and a major opening point. It's almost like a portal, right? Because the very next day, on March 30th, Neptune then moves into Aries and out of Pisces. And this is huge. Neptune's been in Pisces in your 4th house for 14 freaking years. Okay. And so it is now moving into Aries for the first time in a long time. Like, we've not seen this in our lifetime, okay? And so with Neptune moving into your 5th house now, this is bringing dreams and idealism and new ideologies and new fantasies and ways of looking at things when it comes to, again, the things that you love, the things that you're passionate about, your creativity, your ambition, and what you're really willing to stand up for and fight for in your life and in the world, what really matters to you. This is a great transit to get very creative, to get very imaginative, and to start taking actions on the things that you actually want and dream about and desire in this life. Okay, so that is basically March 2025, Sag. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Comment down below, sexy Sag rising, if you are still here and you watched all the way through. I really appreciate you guys. Definitely let me know down below, Sag, if you feel like a lot of this stuff is going to resonate with you. I'd love to hear your feedback on this and what you think is coming for you this month. Make sure to send this to your friends and family, because they need to know what's up. I appreciate you guys. Bye. Alrighty, Capricorn risings, let's get into it. I am not gonna lie, it's very hard for me to hide, but I am very highly pissed off right now and bummed out at the same time, because I filmed these last 4 videos, these last 4 signs already, and I'm having to now redo them because my mic was somehow muted and so there's no sound. And so and they were so good too, and I know I'm not going to remember everything that I put in them. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm trying to let it go, and it's very hard. So anyways, let's talk about what is coming for you in March. This is one of the craziest months of the year, if not the craziest. We have 2 retrogrades, it's eclipse season, and one of the biggest outer planet transits is happening this month, which is Neptune finally moving out of Pisces and into Aries. And so this is really big. So a lot of these transits are taking place in your 3rd and 4th house this month. And that really tells me that you are kind of, number one, beginning to focus more on your local surroundings, environment, and what's going on around you in your town, in your city, in your community. potentially even getting more involved in your local environment, community, neighborhood, etc. Potentially also learning new skills, being more interested in creative endeavors, speaking endeavors, learning endeavors, okay? But also really finding that inspiration around you, right? Like getting back to like what's going on right here, right now, rather than what's going on all over the place in the world, in the big wide world, right? And so basically, I think that's a huge name of the game for you, but also you have this massive focus on your fourth house of your home, your family, and your personal life this month as well. You know, I think that you're going to be going through a lot of change in terms of asserting yourself and asserting your sense of independence and your sense of individuality and your sense of what you want or your truth and what's good for you, and how that may conflict with your relationship or your relationship with other family members or your relationship with people that you live with in your living situation. There could also be a theme of siblings, cousins, neighbors, relatives being kind of in the picture here as well. I definitely could see you guys, Cap risings, a lot of you guys, if you're not already, potentially experiencing some family drama or some relationship challenges that you know, I feel like a lot of you probably already have been receiving or having relationship challenges with Mars retrograde in your seventh, dealing with like a lot of emotional stuff in relationships, a lot of hard stuff in relationships, or things coming back from the past in some way. But Mars is ruling these retrogrades that are starting in Aries in your fourth house, okay? So it's like the saga continues a little bit here, where you are now, you know, really reflecting on your agreements, the terms, the conditions, the social dynamics in terms of your family, your relationships, and, you know, the people closest to you in your personal life, right? And how this is all affecting you in some way. And this could also be bringing in your career to some degree, or even children to some degree, with Venus ruling your 10th and your 5th house, your long-term goals, your future, what you want out of life, but also like, you know, again, your children, your passions, your sense of pleasure, entertainment, fun, and all of that in your life. And so, yeah, there's definitely a lot going on here to do with your personal life and your relationships and how that is all connected in some way. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with Venus retrograde. She goes retrograde right on the 1st or the 2nd, depending on where you are in the world. And she's going to retrograde in Aries, again, your 4th house. This tells me that there is some kind of reversal that is starting to happen the very beginning of March, where you are going back and kind of reflecting on what you truly want and what your values are in terms of your home life, your family life, what you're comfortable with versus what other people are comfortable with, and, you know, how you prefer things versus how other people prefer things. Maybe you've been, you know, more focused on your career or something, right? And maybe it's very easy for you to balance out your career and your long-term goals and your future and your public image. But when it comes to your family life, you are having trouble finding harmony here. When it comes to your personal life or with your parents, or, you know, even things from childhood or things from the past, there's certain past conflicts here that may start coming up to be resolved in some way. And this is very much about you finding your independence and your sense of autonomy in these situations, okay? You finding your own truth and what you like and what's important to you, what matters to you, what your values are in these situations. Also, for some of you, this could have not much to do with you and more to do with your significant other or a roommate that you live with or people that you're in relationship with that have something to do with your home and family life in some way. Okay, they could start reflecting on different things or have kind of a reversal or a backtracking on different things. But either way, there's some kind of redirect happening here. For some of you, this could be like a, you know, redirect of you kind of reviewing certain negotiations within the house or within your family or within your relationships or with your landlord or realtor, or reviewing certain terms or agreements in these areas, or reviewing certain promises in these areas as well. And so again, this is really all together though, like reflecting on what you really desire, reflecting on what you really want in these areas. And I mean, that's what the name of the game is going to really be about. And then on March 3rd, Mercury is then going to move into Aries. And when Mercury is in Aries, it has a sharp tongue. It's very direct. It wants to speak its truth, basically, right? It's going to say what it wants to say, doesn't care if it's controversial or if it conflicts with anything. It's just going to say it, right? So when Mercury comes into Aries, there's definitely some high tension for arguments or debates in the home and family, for some edgy conversations or some disagreements to happen. Things like this could really be at the forefront here in some way, shape, or form, especially again to do with relationships, since Mars rules Aries, right? Mercury also rules Gemini, so it could have maybe something to do with work or health in some way, shape, or form for some of you guys. Yeah, I mean, these are kind of the different things that we could really see here. Now, this is important though. I wouldn't make any big changes or decisions basically from the beginning of the month, and really I wouldn't do it at all this month. But in the beginning of the month, you're probably really going to want to, with Mercury moving into Aries, there's going to be some impulsive decision making or impulsive words or conversations or whatever the case may be. And this is not going to go that well. And that is because right around starting on the 12th, we're going to have the Sun and Saturn conjunction, okay? And this is kind of the start of this massive kind of catalyst and pivot and huge kind of turning point happening right in the middle of the month. Saturn and the Sun are going to get together. This is some kind of sobering moment, sobering news, or sobering epiphany of us coming to terms with something that may feel a little bit heavy or overwhelming or consequential, or us kind of taking responsibility for something or accountability for something. And it's happening right as this lunar eclipse in Virgo is opposing it and shedding a major, major light on it. So this is definitely us needing to face something that is, again, consequential or somewhat sobering or somewhat heavy, while at the same time, the very next day on March 15th, Mercury goes retrograde, and Mercury rules this Virgo lunar eclipse. So what does this all mean, basically? Well, this tells me that we could be acting somewhat impulsively or saying, doing, or making some decisions impulsively in the first, couple weeks of the month up until the 15th, or up until like the 12th to 15th. Then on the 12th, we get some news, or there is some consequential thing that happens here that could involve this in some way. Why? Because Jupiter will rule this Saturn-Sun conjunction, and Jupiter is in Mercury's sign. So it's all basically connected, And so anyway, maybe you get some news that like, hey, like your boss is kind of like, look, I'm going to need to step away for like a month, and I'm going to need you to, and this is just a random story just so I can help you make sense of all of it. Not saying this is going to happen for sure, but your boss may be like, I need to step away. You're going to have to fill in for me. And you're like, whoa, I don't know if I have the skills, Saturn, Sun in the third house. I don't know if I have the skills or the time or the schedule to really do that. Right. And it just gets kind of thrown in your lap, and it's like, the lunar eclipse comes in and is like, well, you're going to have to, because, you're just going to have to, if you want to keep your job, pretty much. Like, it is what it is, you don't got control over it. You're going to have to make it work. You're going to have to fix it. You're going to have to find a solution, because this is what you're going to have to do, or you're going to lose your job. Now that you have this information, now you have to go back and retrace something that you said or a decision that you made to do with your home and family. Right? Because maybe you had promised your significant other that you would start spending more time at home, or that you would start taking more days off or working less hours, and now you can't do that. So now you're having to eat your words, basically, right? And so that's all that I'm saying. I'm not saying that everything, that you're going to regret everything from the beginning of the month until Mercury goes retrograde. I'm just more so saying to just be somewhat aware that Mercury is going to retrograde, so we are going to be coming back around to those first couple of weeks of March in some way or another. And so I think that the big kind of caution here is that if we do things impulsively, or make impulsive decisions, or make impulsive promises, or whatever, we could end up kind of eating our words, so to say, and kind of realizing that, okay, because of whatever this Saturn-Sun conjunction is, that is bringing in some kind of sobering or bittersweet information that kind of catches us potentially off guard, that we have to kind of somewhat surrender to, that's somewhat out of our control, then it causes us to completely kind of change directions in our thinking and where we were going or what we were doing or how we were going to do things. Like our plans kind of change basically. Like this is basically a change of plans. It's like, okay, divine timing, sorry, change of plans, and we have to kind of adjust, right? So this is really a readjustment happening here in the middle of the month, and us having to change our plans, change our designs, change some things up, change direction again, right? And I think it's all going to work out for the better in some way, shape, or form. But at first, it may be like, whoa, what the hell is happening, right? And that's really from, again, like the 12th to the 15th, give or take a few days, depending on where you are. So then from the 22nd to the 24th, the sun is going to be in Aries by this point, and it's going to conjunct Venus and then Mercury, okay? And this is giving us a lot of clarity. And by this time, we're going to really see and know what these retrogrades are about, and be a lot more confident with what's happening. Like there's still a lot more to the story left, so we don't know everything, but we're getting some big pieces of the puzzle, or we're going to have some big pieces of the puzzle by the 22nd and the 24th when that clarity comes, as we get the Venus and Mercury cazimi kind of happening back to back there. Okay, so then on the 27th, Venus is then going to return back to Pisces as she retrogrades back into Pisces, your third house. So this is going to be really reflecting on your interest, on the events and environments, people, places, and things that you've been surrounding yourself with, your local environment, your community, short travels and trips, learning pursuits, creative pursuits, your kind of day-to-day errands and the things that you do on a day-to-day basis, right? And potential agreements that you've made in terms of these things as well. You're going to really be reflecting on these things. I think this is also really reigniting what your inspiration is in some way with some of these topics as well, as Venus moves back into Pisces. Now, Venus is a lot more magical here in Pisces, and this could also, again, lead back to your house of work and health and day-to-day routines. Like, maybe this is a lifestyle change. Maybe this is you like really getting down to business about changing the way that you've been doing things in terms of like, basically changing up your routine, changing up like what your day-to-day looks like to be more aligned with you, or to bring in more fulfillment, imagination, creativity into your life in some way. Okay, this could also be reflecting on your friends, neighbors, community, your social life as well with Venus here. And even more so when Mercury retrogrades back into Pisces on the 29th, also reflecting on your social life, events, tasks, schedules, etc. here. But Mercury doesn't like to be here, so this is going to throw a little bit of a wrench in things. It's not going to be terrible, but this is not a great place to have Mercury retrograde at all. Third house, Pisces, not a good place. Honestly, this is probably going to be one of the more frustrating placements for you as Capricorn rising. Sorry to say it, but things are probably going to break down, different tasks, tools, schedules, little gadgets that you have are probably going to mysteriously vanish or stop working or break down, or things like this. Like it's going to be very, very easy for you to be forgetful, for you to forget appointments, for you to forget events or things on your schedule, or like kind of lose track of time. Like all of these different things are really going to be highlighted for you during this Mercury retrograde. There's going to be a lot of miscommunication, a lot of mysterious communication, or things just kind of like being forgotten to some extent, right? Like, so it's going to be potentially difficult to communicate and also deal with anything that deals with like transportation or certain things that you use on a day-to-day basis, social media, technology, different gadgets, tools, etc. So just be on the lookout for things like that. I know it can be frustrating and annoying. These are all basically tests of faith. Again, the divine plan, not your plan, basically. And so, yeah. Okay, so last but not least, on the 29th and 30th, we have the massive new era starting with the solar eclipse in Aries, really bringing in this full circle moment as it ends the last year and a half of eclipses in Aries, and really brings in kind of these lessons to that are kind of closing out with that, while also starting this brand new chapter in your fourth house. And then Neptune is moving in the next day on March 30th, right after, starting a massive new era in your fourth house of home, family, and your personal life. This is where you really get into what do you truly want, see, visualize for your future with your home, family, and personal life. This is you getting very real with yourself about what you want in that area, and you can achieve it during this time. This is going to be a preview. It's going to retrograde back into Pisces and fall, but this is definitely a time where you can really make your dreams happen when it comes to your home, family, and personal life. But you have to get very, very clear on what those dreams are. That's what this is going to be about, okay? So that is what I'm seeing for you guys, Capricorn rising. Thank you guys so, so much for watching this video. I truly, truly appreciate you. Comment down below, sexy Capricorn rising, and make sure to send this video to your friends and family. It would really help me out. These videos are a lot of work, so I really, really would appreciate it. Let me know down below how you think these things are going to be playing out for you. If you could see in your life some of the situations in your life where these things could be playing out, I would really love to hear about it down below. So please let me know. Keep me updated this month. Thank you guys so, so much, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hey Aquarius, last but not least, I am so excited to be finished with this once again, as I already did this earlier and realized that the last 4 of these signs, my mic was basically muted, so I am having to completely redo them, and I am so mad about it because those were such good horoscopes. So I'm going to attempt to make them just as good, but I don't feel like I'm living up to it because it's hours later at this point. It's like in the middle of the night when I'm refilming these so I can get these up on time tomorrow. So I'm gonna do my best though. Okay, I'm gonna do my best. But basically, this month is crazy. March 2025 is a very, very crazy month. We have a lot happening this month. For you, this is really happening here in your 2nd and 3rd house. And I remember in the original horoscope video that I did for you that doesn't have sound, I basically said I thought I cracked the code on what this was going to be for you. And I'm pretty sure what I was talking about was that this Pisces energy, Pisces 2nd house energy, I really see this as you purifying and cleansing and clearing shit out to do with the things that you have, your possessions, and the things that really carry an energy with it. And that energy that they carry could be keeping you down or holding you in the past or keeping you stuck in some way, shape, or form, or the things that you hold or that you hold on to in your life where they become a burden, right? And where they no longer represent who you are anymore. They're no longer aligned with you anymore. And it's like, how can you expect to manifest something, something else, something new, something more physical if you're still holding on to the old, right? And so this month, I believe in a lot of these Pisces transits, I believe for you Aquarius risings is about making space and purifying and cleansing your life, whether that be your home, whether that be your stuff, your possessions, your money, your assets, the things that, you basically have. And when it comes to the things that you have, that can be a lot of different things. It doesn't just have to be money and valuable things, but can even just be valuable things to you or the things that you need on a day-to-day basis to survive in some way, right? But I really see this about you making space to create something new or to bring in something that is more aligned with you now, right? To getting out of kind of maybe like a survival or victim consciousness when it comes to the things that you have or that you own or that you want, etc. Getting into maybe energetics or manifestation or spiritual practices regarding, the things that you want and the things that you want to own or possess, etc. Like that could be a really big topic here. I also could see this really being about, going, it's kind of like inside out energy, right? It's like before you can bring in, something new, or before the outside can reflect what you really want, you have to do the work on the inside. So this is about you getting clear and clean on the inside, you purifying yourself on the inside. So purifying what you already have, cleansing out what you already have, doing the internal work or doing the energetic work internally to bring in the more physical stuff that you really want, right? Now, also with a lot of this Aries energy that we have down here in your 3rd house, I see this as being a lot about your environment, but also expressing your opinions and expressing your truth, expressing what you want in the world, and getting more clear about the spaces, environments, people, places, and things that you want to be around and be a part of. But I also see this as you being more focused on what's going on in the here and now rather than what's going on in the big bad world and in the collective. It's like more so what's going on a day day-to-day basis in your personal life, what's going on around you, what's going on, you know, in your day-to-day life, in the present moment, being more in the present moment, right? And getting more into the things that light you up, that create more confidence in your life, that create more drive in your life, that bring you this sense of ambition and all of that, right? And so I really kind of see this third house energy as that, but it also could be relationships with siblings, extended family members, cousins, you know, friendships, community, your social life, really kind of coming in here as well with these retrogrades happening, and you really reflecting on if certain social, you know, relationships, agreements, things like that really actually reflect your current values or reflect your current wants and desires and ambitions or not, right? And so I really see this as a month of you kind of going inward to clear things out, while also kind of realigning with potentially old passions, skills, interests, hobbies, people, places, and things that kind of relight your spark, okay, and something or another. And with, you know, Jupiter being in your fifth house and really ruling your second house, I think this is about passions, creativity, the things that you love and the things that you want out of life, and kind of finding that inspiration again. And Mars being in your sixth house, ruling these Aries placements, I think could really bring in this sense of you potentially learning new skills or going back and relearning something to be better at your job for some of you, or you rethinking your job, or applying at different places, or reapplying at different places to get a new job, figuring out if you know, this could also somewhat be even like having like going back on certain negotiations, agreements, relationships, and like, you know, different alliances within your work, your job, etc. as well, and potentially some friction there, as Aries is very much about doing what's good for you and not always what's good for everybody else, and that can cause conflict from time to time, and you've likely been experiencing some conflict, upset, shakeups, disruptions in your job, or with coworkers, or with, you know, other employees, or you know, whatever the case may be, right? Or with health routines. This is another one, you know, this could also be with Mars in your sixth, getting back to really getting more aggressive with your health. And these Aries transits can really help you with that, like going on runs in your town, or, you know, visiting a gym or a park or whatever in your local environment, third house, right? So these are different ways that, you know, some different examples of how this could play out. But let's go ahead and get started. So we have Venus retrograding on the very 1st of March. It could also be the 2nd, depending on where you are in the world, but the Venus goes retrograde in Aries the first couple of days of March. And again, this is Venus going retrograde is coming back to a sense of what we want, what we value, what we actually care about, and what's good for us, right? And so this is going to be a time of reflecting on where you find what you want in your life, where you find inspiration in your life, whether that be your environment, your town, your city, the places that you go, the people that you hang out with, you know, all of that. But it's like, where are you finding inspiration in your day-to-day life? And where are you happy when it comes to your day-to-day life, when it comes to where you're at and your location and all of that stuff, right? Venus going retrograde could also bring up potential unresolved issues with siblings or relatives or cousins, etc., that need to be resolved, or even friendships, you know, that are coming up because they are ready to be resolved somehow, right? Or they're ready to just break off and no longer be a part of your life because they're no longer aligned in some way, right? But I really think that Venus going retrograde here is kind of reintroducing you, or starting to reintroduce you to a new direction. Like maybe you had been going in a certain direction and now you're kind of changing direction, and potentially getting back to the things that you really love to do, or that really actually mean something to you, or getting back to kind of taking care of yourself by doing different things in your local community or environment, or on a day-to-day basis in some way, or with your lifestyle, your routines, etc., which could be very helpful around this time. So on the 3rd, we'll then have Mercury entering the sign of Aries, and when Mercury enters Aries, it loves to communicate very directly, and it can be very sharp with its words. So around this time, you could really find yourself saying some sharp things, you know, being a lot more opinionated, not really giving a fuck about what other people think, saying what you want to say, especially with Mars being the ruler of this. This could really, really come out at work or with your boss or with other coworkers. And so I would just say to be careful with this, because Aries is an impulsive energy. And with Mercury here, you can impulsively make decisions or say something really harsh that could end up backfiring in some way over these next couple of weeks, okay? I mean, if you truly are aware of that and you don't care and you really feel like it's your truth and you're ready to speak it, sure, go ahead. Obviously, you're an adult, you do what you feel is best. Like, if it feels like part of your truth, like whatever. All I'm saying is have it in the back of your mind that whatever happens these first couple weeks of March is going to come back around. It's not over, okay? There's going to be a direction shift, a mind shift, a change up, okay? And so just be aware of that. And what I mean by that is that Saturn and the Sun are going to be coming into their conjunction on March 12th. And this is a very sobering energy. It's an energy of kind of coming to terms with a potential consequence or accountability, or, taking ownership of something, or kind of releasing some kind of karma around something. It's definitely a time of a very sobering energy. And this could be news that you receive, or this could be an epiphany that you have. This could come out from outside of you or from inside of you in some way. But as this is happening, the Virgo lunar eclipse starts building over the next day or two. And so the Virgo lunar eclipse happens on the 14th, really bringing light to whatever this Saturn-Sun conjunction is, this sobering energy that's happening, that's coming up. And then the very next day on the 15th, Mercury then goes retrograde and starts going back. Okay, so whatever this is that's coming up from the 12th to the 15th is basically changing shit up. It's basically like, okay, hold on, something was just revealed or something just happened. We need to delay things, or we need to change. I kind of changed my mind now, it's kind of like, okay, hold on, we need to go back and rethink this now, right? Go back to the drawing board here. And so basically some of the ways that this could play out is that, let's say you kind of have the realization out of nowhere right around the 12th that, oh wait, I have this debt that maybe I've been escaping or avoiding or negating, and I owe this thing, or I have this thing that I need to get rid of that's just in the way, and it's kind of sad, and it's kind of nostalgic, and it's kind of heavy for me, or it's kind of emotionally overwhelming. This Virgo lunar eclipse comes in and says, yes, you need to clean house, you need to get rid of this, and it's your responsibility. You can't, wait on somebody else to figure this out for you. It's time to do it, right? And so you're like, okay, I'm finally going to get rid of this thing. And because you make that decision, right, the next day Mercury goes retrograde, and you're kind of like, okay, because I've made this decision, now I'm going to have to go back and I'm going to have to redo this, or I'm going to have to change some things, or whatever, right? It could also be, like I said, maybe you figure out that you have some kind of debt, and you decide, the lunar eclipse comes around and it's like, oh, I need to pay this off, right? And maybe you originally wanted to spend that money to do something fun or entertaining or whatever, but you realize it's a waste of money and it's time to be responsible. And so you're like, no, I'm going to either save this money or I'm going to pay off my debt. But that also means that I'm going to have to go back on my plans with this Mercury retrograde. Maybe I had a plan with a friend, or maybe I'm going to have to cancel this event or do something with my schedule, right? It could have something to do with your job or your work or your health or your day-to-day routines, right? Maybe you get a bill, a health bill in the mail or something like that. And so now it's like, well, shit, now I'm going to have to turn around and change some things or redo some things because, I got this bill now in the mail, or whatever, right? It's something is coming up that is necessary, and we need to take care of it. It's not the funnest thing in the world, but we got to do it. And it somewhat sucks a little bit, but it also causes us to change our mind and slow down or delay some other things. And so that is the kind of big mid-month change up that we have happening. That's kind of a huge pivot. And so then the next big thing is on the 22nd to the 24th, the sun will be in Aries by this time, and it will be moving across Venus and Mercury. So we are going to have the Venus and Mercury cazimi. By this time, we're going to have clarity on what these retrogrades of Venus and Mercury are going to be about. So really watch from the 22nd to the 24th, because it's going to bring a lot of major clarity on what these retrogrades have been about, the lessons that they are teaching us, etc. We're going to feel a lot more confident in some of the things that are happening. The story's not over, so it's nowhere near over yet, but we'll definitely have a very good idea by that time what some of these things are really showing us and bringing up in our lives, okay? And so then on the 27th, Venus will then retrograde back into Pisces, where she is exalted. Again, this is your second house. So once she moves back into Pisces, into your second house, this is going to be a lot more magical, mystical, and a lot nicer than Venus and Aries. So Venus moving back retrograde in your second house, I think is going to help you mend things in terms of your finances, assets, possessions, things that you owe, things that are owed to you. You're going to be really reflecting on giving and receiving and manifesting and the energetics of money and what you have, and your agreements with other people and your relationships with other people or institutions or companies regarding finances, assets, and money. Venus going back into your second house could also really bring you things that maybe you are owed, or right certain wrongs in some way, shape, or form. And then on the 29th, we are then going to have Mercury also retrograding back into Pisces. Now, this one isn't as nice. Mercury is in the worst position it can be in Pisces, because Mercury is about data, facts, and logic, and Pisces is very blurry and confusing and elusive. So it's very much more intuitive and energetic and emotional. So Mercury here can't really trust the facts, the data, the information, the logic. It has to just kind of swim blindly and try to figure it out. And so with that being said, this is not a time to make any big new investments. I would say the whole month of March and into April is not a time to make any big new purchases or investments. If something comes up out of nowhere and it has something to do with the past, that's different, right? If you are redoing something, if you are paying off something that already happened, that's different. But if you are making some big new purchase or big new investment, I'm telling you, it's going to be a mess. I'm sorry. It's going to be a mess. Okay. There's no other way around that. If you already had it planned, that can somewhat help, but you're likely still going to run into some issues, some delays, some setbacks, some messiness. Okay. This is a messy, messy time. This is not a time to be signing new contracts and, making big purchases, because there's going to be a lot of reversals, delays, changing of the mind all over the place. It's just all over the place. Okay. So I am just going to put that out there. This is not the time to be making any big new changes, decisions, etc. Okay? It's going to feel very easy, and you're going to want to do that at times, but you're not going to be totally clear until the end of April, okay? And so anything you do in this time, you're doing from kind of a confusing, unsure place, or a place where you're gonna eventually change your mind from, it's just not a great time for that, okay? So Mercury in your second house definitely could bring up some confusion, delays, setbacks, mishaps happening with things that you own, assets, money, things like that. This is, it could feel a little bit hard to get organized in this area with Mercury here. There could be just some random, mysterious, weird kind of unknown information or misinformation regarding finances, assets, resources, the things that you own, things like that. So it's not the best placement for this, but Venus will be there and she'll be exalted. So that is at least, halfway hopeful, right? And so also on the 29th, we have the massive kind of finale of the month, which is the Aries solar eclipse happening in your third house, kind of ending this massive chapter of the last year and a half and starting something new in your third house of, again, your location, environment, community, neighborhood, friends, local social life, short travels and trips, learning endeavors, your kind of day-to-day life, etc., and routines. And then on the 30th, Neptune will move into Aries as well, and really start this massive new era here. And Neptune in your third could really bring a lot of new ideologies, a lot of new dreams and desires and ideals and visions regarding your community, or the kind of community that you want to live in or be in, your location or the kind of location you want to be in, short travel, short trips, things like that. I went into a lot more detail about this transit in my 2025 horoscopes though, so if you would like more details on that, you can go watch that. But yeah, Aquarius, that is what I'm seeing for you guys for the month ahead. Let me know down below if you feel like this is going to resonate, or if you feel like you could see some of these things happening or how they're going to happen in your life. Let me know. Comment sexy Aquarius rising down below, because you are. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I truly appreciate it, and I will see you guys in the next one.